I visited the mole people underground. They live with no sun. This is about, I think, the homeless population that's kind of like made their own city under Las Vegas.
Underneath Las Vegas, there is approximately 200 miles of tunnel network. These tunnels have become a secret world for the so-called mole people.
Anybody
I don't understand how they have full setups in the, what are these called? Like water channels? I don't understand how they set up furniture and technology and shit down there, because whenever it rains, it floods so bad that some of them die. It never rains. No, look up videos. Bro, what is the name? It's the Las Vegas tunnels flooding. And it gets so bad that it's like waves of water. Las Vegas tunnels flooding. Like, this is it starting. And all of that water is gonna go into the ducts. So that's why it's so dangerous for them to live down there, because it wasn't meant for homeless people. It's meant for like water escape travel, because it's such a dry area that when like an inch of rain occurs, it's like a tsunami.
that hasn't come out and seen the light of day in a long time, I don't know if I want to meet them. They might not be civil. These tunnels are 7 floors down.
Do we have any flashlights?
Hey. People turn gray down here. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will.
The city dazzles with luxury hotels, casinos, and endless entertainment. Millions of people visit.
Wow, they literally never come out? How many people live under Las Vegas? Do you think they have a stat on that? How many people live in the tunnels of Las Vegas? I would guess like a few thousand. 1,200 to 1,500 people live in the storm drain tunnels beneath Las Vegas. Some estimate the number is even higher. Wow. So that's like a small city.
Las Vegas.
Under Las Vegas.
Every year, but many don't know what exists just below this desert paradise. The endless darkness has slowly...
Yo, you're on crack. You think I'm walking in that tunnel pitch black? Would I pay some random guy that's going to give me a tour? Yeah, man, I'll show you the tunnels.
The way people think and behave.
I got shot in the head with a gun.
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Some of them were even born into this dark world. These people have no idea.
Oh no, there's like babies in there.
And they hide in these tunnels to stay away from the law.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
So what you're looking at is a map of the tunnels in Las Vegas. There's about 1,500 people that live in that system.
The tunnels have their own names, like neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Nobody on the street level knows what is going on.
Do you think the majority of the people that live in the tunnels under Vegas are people that went broke from gambling? Like, how did they even end up? Because it makes a lot of sense when there's like homeless people in Cali or certain big cities because it's like warm or there's just an influx of people. But like Vegas is in the middle of nowhere, right? Like you don't become homeless and then go to Vegas. Like there's a lot of people that become homeless and then move to California. Not move, but like start walking there or going there. Drugs, yeah, because there's also, it is a big fucking like gambling / illegal activity hub, I guess. Relocated for a job.
Deep into the tunnels, which are connected to many other tunnels. Let's descend into darkness where these tunnel people have built their lives.
This is the Narcan, the nasal spray. So if you see somebody overdosing, you can hit them with this, and it'll bring them back. You get 30 minutes, you still have to call an ambulance. Super easy, pop it out, right in the nose.
We can't just walk in unless we're with Rob, who survived 5 years down here. The entrance is blocked with metal bars to stop people.
Why can't they go down without Rob? Because they would get like attacked. Like they know Rob. Like Rob's their in. He's like the middleman connection guy. So he used to live down here, and now Rob's out, like he's not homeless anymore.
From entering, and to keep trash out during floods.
What is the worst thing that happened to you in tunnels?
Probably the flood that we had a few years ago when I lost 2 of my best friends.
The ground...
Bro, see? Random flood, 2 of his friends died, and that's only the people that he knows. 1,500 people fucking live down here. People just drowning.
Las Vegas is extremely hard, so rainwater can't soak into the soil the way it normally would, to prevent flooding on the streets.
Oh, see, that's the type of video I was looking for.
These tunnels were...
Holy shit. Dude, literally thousands of gallons of water just... And you're like asleep. It's pitch black down there. You're fucking sleeping. You hear like water rushing. You don't even have time to run.
Built to direct water under the city. So when it rains, the water rushes straight into the tunnels where people are living. Even on a sunny day in the city, a rainstorm 15 miles away in the mountains can send a flood rushing down these tunnels in minutes. Every time this sudden disaster hits, people in this massive underground city lose their lives to drowning.
A lot of trash here.
We ran into Nate first. He warned us not to enter the tunnel.
Why do people go so far into the tunnel then? Like, why not hover kind of, what, because it's more safe, I guess, from, like, other people or other people that are living in the tunnel? Because, like, what do you want to just live right on the outskirts of the tunnel so then you could get out?
I stay away from the deep parts of the tunnel.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy only hovers at the front.
What's the reason for that?
Just because the unknown. I don't know what's down there. It gets smaller and smaller as you get to.
Okay, the curiosity would kill me, though. Like, wanting to know what's in there and what, like, people have kind of, like, brought miles into these tunnels. Like, full setups. They got a couch, TVs.
You get to where you got to crawl.
Like, this guy, was that a fucking engine?
From what I know, these tunnels are 7 floors down.
Dead bodies? You think there's dead bodies in there? Because nobody's going in there to clean it up. So if somebody dies, they're just in there. Because they're not sending, like, firemen or people down here to come fucking collect.
Imagine, there's rooms off in these tunnels, service rooms that anybody could be in there, you know? You'd be kidnapped, killed, hostage, burnt alive, it don't matter.
Whatever danger hides deep in the tunnels, Toby has faced it.
I'm back here in the dark, you know what I mean? Dark.
What is the worst thing that happened to you down in these tunnels?
I got attacked one time, like 3 Cuban dudes. One of the guys came in my spot with the damn machete. He was one of the top dog dudes. But I handled my own, so I had a basket and I took it in there, threw it on its side, stuck poles in it, made one of them little Maltese cocktails. It's the only thing that saved me.
Anyone home, guys?
So he got into a fucking death fight in the middle of the tunnels when it was pitch black. Because 3 guys tried to, like, press him for his spot.
Territory.
Skinny Pete.
Anybody home?
Is that guy's name?
Do we have any flashlights? I'll check and see if I got one in my bag.
See, that would scare the shit out of me. I would never go down here. I would want to see what's down here, but, like, you're just walking, it's pitch black, you shine. Yeah, that's from Breaking Bad. That's one of the dealers, right? You're fucking walking, it's pitch black, you shine your flashlight, and there's just a person stoically staring off into the distance, just. And they don't even, like, they see your light, they don't even fucking look at you. Oh my god.
Do we have any flashlights?
That's so scary.
The woman, possibly under the influence of the substance, asked for Narcan.
If you actually know how to navigate, you can make it all the way underground in the tunnels without ever coming up to the surface. It can be done if you know the tunnel system well enough.
That is a fucking PC. How did they get that? And why is it a mile into the fucking tunnel? That is a disassembled PC. I don't even think the CPU's still on it. The GPU's missing.
So they're all basically connected.
Eventually, they are passageways.
For the most part.
Of course, the RAM's gone. Yeah, the RAM prices are crazy right now.
This labyrinth may not look like a home to you, but stepping into their spots without warning could get us into serious trouble. Some of them are armed, and don't hesitate to use it.
You can hear the cars.
You can hear it. Oh my god.
We're in the middle of the city right now, and they're literally driving over the heads of people that are living underground.
In one of the rarest points that we see sunlight.
Here it is, the city. A life they're not part of, only able to watch from the underground. It's kind of an illusion that hides everything.
Yeah, because you're kind of like stuck in. If you have no money and you're homeless in Vegas, you're not going to like leave Vegas, you know? I mean, maybe you get enough money to get like a bus ticket to go elsewhere, but it's like Vegas is in the middle of nowhere, near nothing that's like usable for homeless people. Obviously, I mean, there is probably aid for homeless people there, but like I'm wondering how they get like daily food supplies, shelter, like clothing. Because, like, a lot of Vegas, yeah, they do have shops and stuff, but I feel like it's like a gambling hub.
Later, we saw the famous Caesar's Palace Hotel through the metal grate. Above, Nevada's casinos make over $15 billion a year. Below, people live in death traps of the city.
So twice a day, the hotels drop their filtration system, so that's why it hasn't rained in forever, but it's still wet.
Wait, what? Is the poop going down there?
The smell is very bad.
In certain tunnels, water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are minutes.
Was that like a did somebody bring a hot tub down here? What is this? Somebody brought like a bath?
Water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are many tunnels around here.
Yo, I would be like so nervous somebody would just come out of the shadows and fucking shank me. Like he's just, you can't see anything beyond this like graffiti right here.
Without our guide, we cannot come here.
One wrong turn and you're lost.
Someone left a note, rest in peace, and there's a cross here. Apparently, someone has passed on the spot. A lot of bicycles.
He might build them and sell them.
Oh.
Because bikes are like cars out here. It's the only way of transportation. You have to have a bike to go anywhere, otherwise you have to walk all the time. It's a nightmare.
Walking inside the tunnels takes a lot of time, I guess.
Yes. I lived down here 2.5 years. I never used a flashlight.
How did you find your ways under the tunnels without flashlight?
Put my hand on the wall. And your memory.
Hand on the wall. Memory? You don't think your eyes adjust? It's that dark that you can't fucking see anything?
You know where everything is in your tunnel. It's your house. It's exactly the same thing out here.
Is that Tony? Yeah.
When I heard a voice echo through the tunnel, it hit different. This dark, damp tunnel that gives me goosebumps is actually where some people feel the safest and live. Here he is. At first glance,
yeah, like he has a whole setup. Does he, like, is it just a full wipe reset when a flood happens? You know, because I mean, he probably has some sort of knowledge of like when it's going to rain. But if it just randomly floods, does he just lose everything and then like somebody said rust wipe, actually. Like, I'm not trying to make a fucking video game reference, but it's like, it'd be like falling into lava in Minecraft. Like, you just lose all your items. Like, all this stuff. Look, he has a whole bed. He has crates, food items, shelving. Like, all that would just get swept away.
it looks like clutter, but to Tony, every single item is essential to his survival.
I've been in these tunnels for 6 years, and there has been times where we've had good people here, and it was a sense of community, but now we've got some people in here that don't give a shit about nothing but themselves. You know, just, they're bullies. Some asshole over
That's sad.
there started a fire because he's just a mean dude.
The fire didn't hurt Tony, but nearly took the life of his only companion, his cat.
This one right here was
Oh, yeah, I'm fucking scrapping, dude. You try to kill the cat, that's crossing a fucking line.
burnt from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. 5 days later, she's still hanging in there, thank God.
So what is the toilet situation
Oh my God, this happened 5 days ago? Dude, that cat might die.
here?
We have certain areas that we go to the bathroom, and she's usually a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
We put a bag in it, and yeah.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Possibly right here, but I hope not. I don't plan on being here for the rest of my life.
I mean, how do you get out of that? He's been there for 6 years. He's been homeless for 6 years. How do you, like, you have to get a job and a place to live. How? In Vegas? Like, you're not getting hired.
I mean, I'm 57 years old. I'm getting old. I just haven't been ready.
I think the big worry is, yeah, like, if you're 57, like that one guy that was smoking a cigarette in the beginning, he looked like 60, 65. If you're that old, you have a health problem. Like, you can't go to a doctor. You can't go to a hospital. You're just, like, so you have a growth. Like, you can't even get it checked out. Like, nothing. It's, like, beyond just, like, oh, I don't have insurance, right? And, you know, you only go to an urgent care when you need, like, you don't even have money to go to a fucking urgent care. Like, you can't do anything. You have an infection, you're not getting antibiotics. You're just fucking toughing it out or dying.
Just 10 minutes into the tunnel, Tony wanted to return to his spot. We handed him a week's worth of supplies and kept walking deeper into the tunnels.
And there's so much randomness that could happen. Anybody could just decide to come down that tunnel and steal from you or take your stuff or attack you.
and then disappear, and who would know, right? It's not like it's happening on the streets where you're laying there and somebody could see you and call the cops. Like down here, it's like another layer, like not knowing what could ever happen. It could be peaceful now, come back in 2 hours, and the wrong person walks through, and it could be hell, you know?
As we go deeper and deeper, the less we know about what...
Yeah, because it's so private that it offers safety, but also concern in that, like, nobody's around you. So if somebody wants to, like, walk past you and kill you, nothing's going to happen to them. Like, if you're a homeless guy on the streets in public, even if it's dark and cold outside and you're in a fucking alleyway, like, there's people around you. You're literally... There's nobody within a mile radius of you here. Somebody fucking walks by, they could just hack you to death and leave. Take your shit. What if you were born down here? I would hope that if you were living down here and you had a child, you would put them up for adoption. I would hope you would give them to the fire department, or like not anything would be better than this.
Dwellers make pans out of aluminum and use hand sanitizer as a heat source to cook their meals.
There are a lot of rats there.
Yes, there are.
A voice echoed ahead, and we followed it.
I'm Cuckoo Bananas Crazy, and I came to check on my mother in Vegas and fell for a local. We ended up here. These are my people.
How long have you been down here?
About 5 years or so.
What? So she said she came here to check on her mom and then fell in love with, like, one of the homeless people here?
How long do you plan to stay here?
At least today. I don't plan much farther than today.
That's really dope. We have no long-term plans.
What is the worst things about tunnels?
Probably the lack of plumbing. The dark is rough sometimes. I can't just sit in the dark. I get a little bit panicky still, like I'm a little kid.
Darkness is not just the absence of light. It's like
I don't think that's like you're a little kid, bro. I feel like anyone in this tunnel would be terrified. That's not like, oh, I'm just a kid afraid of the dark. No, you're in a fucking tunnel with a bunch of people you don't know, and it's pitch black.
Entity that covers you and erases you from the world. Tunnel people
they got a truly black cherry.
Usually survive through stealing and dumpstering.
Some people down here do treasure.
Why are we blurring that out? What is that, a joint?
Some people down here do treasure hunting, such as collecting cables, coppers. Do you do things like that?
I collect what the drunk tourists abandon.
Oh, side story. Just remember this. I know a guy, not I have a friend. This is going to be I know a guy that, number one, the copper tubing brought it up. He had to respond to a call. He's a firefighter. He had to respond to a call of a guy that was stealing copper tubing at an abandoned house, and the electricity was still on, and it electrocuted him so fast that his body was still rigid, and it burnt the entire upper half of his body off. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. And he was like, you want to know what else is crazy? He was like, I responded to the Boeing whistleblower that died. The guy that was on the news, and he took his own life, but everybody was like, that was weird. And he was telling me about it, and he had no idea. Who's that? The Boeing whistleblower that was, like, going against, like, the Boeing company, saying that there was, like, factory problems, and they were kind of ignoring it. Shit like that. Like, I mean, that's, like, if you know about the news. If you know what I'm talking about, crazy. I was like, you responded to that? He said, yeah, he didn't even know who it was. He didn't know who it was until after the fact, and he was like, I'm not going to tell anymore. I'm not going to tell anymore. I'm not going to get into the details, but I just thought that was crazy. I was like, I've known you for so long. You didn't bring that up. He was like, well, I don't know.
And they pay. I collect what the drunk tourists abandon. They go to Louis Vuitton and they pay $3,000 for a t-shirt, and then they win $100 on a slot machine, and they get so excited that they jump up and down and they leave their $3,000 purchase right there to go cash in their winnings. And they remember that they spent that money, 2 days later, because they've been day drinking in the sun, and they plan to lose $10,000 a day while they're here.
What do you think of people losing thousands of dollars to machines?
It's the American way. Decadence and excess and debauchery.
I don't even think it's the American way. I think it is a flaw in human biology that we are incapable of recognizing. Well, actually, we are capable of recognizing the odds of wins and losses, but you are so much more enthralled by the potential to win millions that you don't care. It's a dopamine rush. That's why they're all flashy and colorful. There's no windows in casinos. They give you free drinks. They're panning into your brain's anatomy, knowing that they're basically crafting the perfect situation for you to be happy and okay with losing tons of money.
This is why people come here on vacation.
Then Beverly showed up in the darkness.
For how long have you been down here?
Probably 8 or 9 years.
I've done online gambling and in-person gambling, and it depends on the person that you're saying, which is also different from sports betting. I do sports betting all the time, and that's its own conversation. But it's like online casino gambling versus in-person casino gambling. In person, I will lose 3-4 times as much as online. The dopamine from sitting in front of a slot machine, actually at a roulette wheel, playing a game while you're drinking versus like sitting and watching a screen, it's not even comparable.
How is the situation here when it rains?
Horrific. Very scary. I've been caught up in it twice, and one of the times I really didn't think I was going to make it out.
What do you think about Las Vegas City?
A lot of it's almost like wallpaper, you know, like it's just made to look good, you know. These big casinos aren't built on wingers.
Do you change your spot time to time, or do you always stay right here?
Oh no, it definitely changed.
What is the hardest thing about tunnels?
She packed years of disappointment into one word.
The people.
Even this deep down, there's stuff
I mean, yeah, being alone would be, like, if you knew that nobody would fuck with you, it would be a hell of a lot easier to be down here.
all over. Some of it was probably brought in by the flood, some carried in with shopping carts. After walking for another 20 minutes, we came across an eerie shadow stretched across the wall.
Don't shoot. We don't mean any harm.
Before we go further in the tunnel, I want to share how my heritage DNA kit helped me.
Bruh!
Hey there. How are you? Look at this trash.
Yo, he's got a whole fucking survival tent. Like, where did he find that? They had to have bought that. It's like an expensive-ass tent.
Hey there. How are you?
Oh, I'd be so scared of that dog, bro.
We first offered him some supplies, then he invited us into his tent.
This is where this guy sleeps. He puts his clothes here. This is his table, kind of workstation.
6 years ago, I moved to Vegas alone, and my parents died in 2018. It's the 2 years I've been down here, if not more. So.
How do you find water and food?
I go turn on the fire hydrant right around the corner from here. I have my food stamp card, but if I really, really have to, I'll go steal food.
How do you stay safe?
Where do you steal food, though? Like buffets in Vegas? Like you're going into the casino or something and just grabbing food and dipping?
In this tunnel.
Like everywhere else, you just gotta watch your back.
There's a scar on your forehead. What happened?
I got hit in the head with a 2x4. And
what the fuck?
Got 11 stitches.
In here?
Yeah.
What was the reason?
Over a bike. Bikes are a hot commodity in this area, and a lot of people need them, you know.
Have you ever seen...
It is weird how the people they're interviewing have different things. Like, he seems like he's pretty geared up comparable to a lot of the other people. Like, there was one guy that literally just had a shopping cart and a chair. That woman had a whole bed. He has a fucking tent, a whole setup, a dog, a table.
And someone at the moment their life was taken.
Yeah, he seems really chill.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Hello, everybody, bloody good. How's everybody doing on this fantastic fucking Friday, everybody? Chat. I have a whole presentation that I made for if I was the Hunger Games game maker. We're starting out stream with a fucking presentation. We haven't done one of these since the Disney Sniffer, okay? If you don't remember that, I made a conspiracy theory that I think was pretty foundational and potentially believable, that the Mickey Mouse figure in Disney's lore actually exists, and he lives in a cage underground beneath the Orlando Disney World facility, in which he sniffs the employee underwear to make sure that they are wearing it. Now, we're not going to be getting more into that theory today. We're going to be doing something entirely different. We're going to be doing a presentation on what my Hunger Games would look like if I were a game maker, okay? If I were a game maker, what would the Joe Bart Hunger Games look like? I have 2 fleshed out ideas, 4 honorable mentions, and a questions period in which chat can ask questions. Prior to, fucking listen to my goddamn mentality, okay? I thought of these ideas. Some of them may have been thought of before. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm some original-ass guy, but I did not use outside resources for this. I used it straight off the fucking dome and potentially talked to my friend at 3 in the morning on a Discord call. But outside of that, all these thoughts are my own. It is time for my... Fuck, my face cam's going to be in front of all the pictures. Where do I put my... Chat, I planned this whole presentation out. Where do I put my fucking face cam? Bottom? I don't know. Bottom left? Bottom right? We're going to put chat in the top. No, we're going to put chat up here. If I were the game maker, this would be my Hunger Games. I also want to say that I own these ideas, and if they're ever used, I shall receive $1 trillion from Lionsgate or any company that uses them for a Hunger Games-based movie, theatrical, play, whatever it may be. If there's any monetary gain off of this, it is all directed towards me because I came up with these ideas. Thank you. Okay, anyways, starting it out. If you also, I didn't really, if you've never seen the Hunger Games, this is going to make no sense to you. But for the people that don't know, the Hunger Games is basically a move. Do I really need to explain what the fucking Hunger Games are? Nobody that hasn't seen the Hunger Games is going to fucking watch this. No, I don't need to explain. You know what the Hunger Games are. If you don't know what the Hunger Games are, figure it the fuck out. You've been living under a rock for the last 10 years. Type locked in. Also, I'm covering my face. That's me. I don't know why I included that, but I wanted to. Anyways, these are my games. If you haven't seen Hunger Games, you don't know what it is, fuck off. You're not going to understand anything that I'm talking about. Idea number 1. Lifelink. Now, this one I have been chefing up in the works, right? While I'm lifting at the gym, I'm thinking about this. Now, basically, the premise of Lifelink is that 2 winners will always exist, okay? If you've seen the first Hunger Games, spoiler alert, that shit came out 10 years ago, so if you haven't seen it, fuck off. Katniss and Peeta win together. They're not supposed to, right? They both threaten to eat, like, these berries that are poisonous, and then the game maker basically just allows them to win because there would either be... It's better that there's 2 winners than no winner. I like the idea of Lifelink primarily, number 1, because there's always 2 winners and that motivates people. But number 2, it makes the games more interesting. Now, what Lifelink is, if you're reading the PowerPoint, is that both players are linked, hence the name Lifelink. So if one dies, the other dies, right? So if you, and the person you're linked to is the other person in your district, right? There's 12 districts, 13 if you look into the lore, but 12 that participate. And every district has 2 players. So if you're in District 2 and you are, I guess, chosen, the person that you are playing with will also have a device that is basically implanted and attached to their heart or aortic valve, whatever it may be. And if they die and it recognizes that they don't have a heartbeat anymore, then you instantly die, right? So it kind of forces you to have a teammate, but also gives you a teammate, right? It's a positive and a negative depending on how you're seeing it. There are a lot of downsides and a lot of upsides. We're going to get into that. This is just the first slide, right? I know some of you might be thinking, oh, what if I got Rue? What if I got Rue? Oh, shit, I would lose. Yeah, you're right? If you get partnered with a 10-year-old, you're probably going to get fucking murdered because that kid's going to get his head chopped off in the first 10 seconds, right? So maybe you need to rethink your strategy going into the games because if you are teammates with somebody that sucks, you're going to have to play around that. Slide 2. The holidays are meant for giving. It's a time of year where people spend more money than they do the rest of the year. And giving is great, but so is getting something back too. And that's what the Upside app is for, the sponsor of today's video. With the Upside app, you can get cash back on everyday purchases to places that you go very often to. There are over 100,000 different gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants that are on the Upside app, and cashback is always around the corner. People can earn 3 times more cashback with Upside than any other product, and the app is free. The Upside app has helped users earn over $1 billion in cashback all time and helps users earn over $1 million each week. I travel a lot for content. I use Upside mainly at gas stations because I'm on the go all the time, but I also use it for restaurants when I'm out and about because I'm not going to be meal prepping and planning out grocery shopping as I normally would when I'm home. Upside helps me earn that cash back at any qualifying business that I go to. Upside has given back over $1 billion to its users. To find out what you could earn, download the free Upside app and use promo code JOEB to get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That is an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas using promo code JOEB. Thank you to Upside for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it. I liked this image. I tried to find something where there were people that were combative with each other, and I couldn't really think anything outside of 21 Jump Street with Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill, so that's what we went with. Why this would be very cool, right? Higher motivation and morale, right? Similarly to the first games, right? It feels a lot better when you're not the only one making it out of it. You have a little more motivation to survive, not only for yourself, but for somebody else, right? And it breeds new attack and defense strategies, okay? And it also, this is another point that I wanted to make. If you look at the third bullet point, it reduces the loser-ass fucks that play for the games for their entire life, right? Kato, or what was his name in the first one? Kano, what was his name? The blonde guy in the first one. Kato. Yeah, Kato was a loser, right? Kato was, you know, if you don't really know the lore of Hunger Games, the people in the higher districts are really rich. They're not so rich that they live in the capital, but they're well off. And a lot of them train their entire lives to be in the Hunger Games, and then they just volunteer, right? Instead of even being picked like people in District 12 are. Like, they want to, yeah, they're career Hunger Games people. They want to be in the Hunger Games and win for glory, for money, whatever the reason may be. And it removes that because all of these people that are in District 1, District 2, District 3 are training for themselves, okay? They're training on how can I survive. Yes, they're still going to carry over the capabilities they have as an individual to kill, right? Just like an MMA fighter would still be really good in hand-to-hand combat, but they're going to get the ball dropped on them 3 days before, right? They're not going to know that this is lifelink until, like, right when the event starts. Now, yes, the higher district people are probably still going to be at an advantage like they already would be. You can't really get rid of that because both players in each district are going to be probably pretty well trained. But it evens the playing field a little bit, right? Not to the point where, you know, it's full even, but it helps somewhat. If my lifelink partner dies, how would I die? Would I just get murdered? No, they would implant a device into your heart or next, kind of like a pacemaker, but like one that would kill you instead of keep you alive. So it would have a device that reads your heartbeat and your heart rate, and if it stops reading your heart rate, it gives you a heart attack. So you would just die on the spot. And I also want to say you can't do some baddie or whatever fucking bullshit. You can't be a coder and hack it, okay? It's going to be bulletproof, right? This is a device that can't be changed. It is linked to your heart. There's no way around it. If you're really good at wiring, you can't fucking pull it out of your chest and fucking save yourself, all right? That's loser shit. I'm going to say that right now. I don't know how we would do that, but we'd figure it out. Moving on. New attack strategies. I think I found some good images here from For Honor and Assassin's Creed, I think is the bottom one. You basically need to reformat how you fight, right? You could have people that are, you know, tanks, like your strongest person that would, you know, maybe ideally have a shield and a sword, a shield and a spear, and then have somebody prior or behind them that's kind of a long-range individual. Kind of like a hero shooter where you have a healer and a tank. It changes how you fight too, because now you're no longer going for the strongest member, right? In the Hunger Games, you want to get out the strong people because the weak people are easy to kill, right? You don't really have to worry about them, so you kind of mainly focus on the strong guy. Your eyes kind of dart from the good people that are, you know, scary to the weakling in the back. Because if I'm fighting a guy that's 220 and his teammate's a 10-year-old that's 100 pounds, wham! I'm throwing the spear like I'm in 300 and I'm a part of the Spartans, right? And I'm clipping him because then the other guy instantly dies. So now the big guy has to think, how do I prevent this fuck from dying? Because if they die, I die. Right? If you have two strong people, maybe you could strategize with your teammate. You could have two people both be close range, both have shields. You could have two long range stealth people. Both of you could opt for, you know, kind of camping in the trees and trying to just pick people off, you know, getting 2-for-1 specials, you know, head tap, bink, over, they're dead. Now you got a 2-for-1 and the game's become easier, you know. I also want to say, if you split, you'll likely die. In this scenario, I'm not saying that there's gonna be people that disagree with each other, right? Especially in the higher districts or the lower ones where people don't see eye to eye. You know, you're gonna have District 3s that refuse to fight together and they split on their own way. You better just hope that motherfucker doesn't die, because randomly you might have a heart attack and you know, you're done. You're dead. And I also put weak teammates are either forced into hiding or useful in other ways. What I mean by that is, like, you could have a scenario where, if you remember in the first games, PETA was kind of forced to, like, live in a cave for, like, a few days because his bitch ass got hurt and he couldn't do anything. So, like, you would have to do that for some players. Like, if you got partnered with Rue, you know, you're probably going to put Rue in a cave and just be like, don't leave. Here's a spear. If somebody comes in, kill them. I'll bring you food once every 3 days, because they're a liability at that point. Now you're like solo fighting a duo, you know? So there is RNG on like who you get, but it's also like, hey, maybe you could strategize in different ways where that person forages and does a lot of survival things where you kind of focus on defense and attack, whatever, you know, you kind of see fit. I think that's why I like it, because there's variety. Weapon format for Lifelink would be semi-standard to a regular cornucopia. This is the one in the first game. This is the one in the second game here in Catching Fire. Also, Catching Fire, best Hunger Games by far. It's not even close. You would have an even split of, like, range, melee, and shield. I feel like in the first one, they had a lot of melee and very few range weapons, right? You had some throwing knives. You had Katniss's bow and arrow. You maybe had a spear, as you could see. But a lot of the weapons were, like, it was like a lot of backpacks, a lot of axes, machetes, swords. We're kind of going to have a full even split of that, so you can kind of grab what you think you need. And then I also put fighting gladiator style is kind of ideal for the tank. You know, you kind of want something that you're able to block ranged weapons and close range weapons with, but also have something that kind of gives you reach. And then range is more stealth. You don't really need one of each, but I would personally say it would make more sense to have both. That's what it would be, right? You would kind of have an even split, similar cornucopia. I don't think I wouldn't keep it looking like this. Honestly, I think I like the more open format. Kind of remove the cornucopia look. You could call it the cornucopia, just kind of have it be mid. You know, kind of like an MC Hunger Games where there's just kind of chests surrounding. I kind of want an equal grab ability for everybody. The map I just kind of picked a bunch of imagery that I would ideally have the playing field to look like. Think of like northern New York / less hilly Vermont. Semi-cold, warm, maybe in the 50s, 60s during the day. At night, it might be down to the 30s. You know, you kind of need a fire. There's a lot of forestry, a lot of trees that you could hide behind and fight behind, but also a lot of like open plains. An abundance of water. I'm not really having this games be something where it's like people are just constantly starving and dehydrated to death. You want good fights, you know? The people in the capital fiend for a good death. And a good death is not dying of dysentery. A good death in the Hunger Games is getting your head chopped off by a trident with somebody throwing a net at them from behind, you know? So I think that would be the map. There would also be some structures. Like, this isn't just here for shits and giggles. Like, there would be a barn. You know, there's areas. I feel like in the Hunger Games, it's all just, like, just nature. we're removing that. You know, I kind of want it to be kind of like a PUBG aspect. You know, not really modern housing, but a lot of rundown shit. Stuff that's been abandoned for 30 years. There would be bridges, kind of places that you could post up for shelter if you needed to. Maybe you would find some gear as well. You could scatter some shit. Maybe some Band-Aids in a drawer or something. I don't know. Potential addition. This one's kind of up in the air. I was, you know, kind of talking to the council about this one. I don't really know if we would include this for lifelink games. But think of like national treasure traps. You would have, or like an It Takes Two type puzzle. You would have scenarios where you have to either solve a maze or step on right pressure plates in the right time, and you have to work together. And if you fail, you'll die. You know, there would be like poison arrows that shoot out of the wall. Some shit out of like, an ancient Egyptian like tomb that's being guarded by a trap or something. Something on the lines of that you would kind of stumble upon. There would only be 3 or 4 in the whole map. But the reward would be great. You know, failure equals death, success equals great reward. It's a real risk reward. Yeah, Indiana Jones, stuff like that. It's a real risk reward factor. If you win, there's no, like, it's not something that's predetermined, okay? That's what I like about this too, is if you succeed, you don't know what you're gonna get. The game makers know what you're gonna get. So they're gonna give you what you need most. Instead of a sponsor dropping you something and then that helping you out in the games, it's going to be more like, hey, you're fucking bleeding out. We're going to try and do this. And if we win, we'll get like a healing serum like PETA had. You might need weaponry or food or certain items, and it helps you out in that way, you know? All right. Idea 2. Wait, actually, let's go back. Do we have any questions? Any questions? Thoughts, concerns, questions. Are we liking that idea? Does it sound good? I think it's fucking sick. What about mutts? We're not gonna have mutts in that Hunger Games. I would caution you to wait for this next second idea. I would caution you to wait for this next second idea. You'll like the second one. You'll like the second one. Anyways, yeah, no. That one, I don't know. That one I feel like is pretty basic, but you could have a lot more dialogue. There would be a lot more sappy scenes, you know, trying to keep each other alive. You might hide your injuries from your teammate because you don't want them to think that you're going to die. Stuff like that. You know, you're kind of forced to work together. There's a lot of more camaraderie that goes into it. You know, if a good teammate's a good team. Will there be any crazy background trauma that makes just one player really shitty and then kills them off right away? I think, okay, I don't know if I'm saying... This is kind of what I'm putting forth as a games maker for Hunger Games. I'm not going into, like, the cinematic... I stealth camped outside North Korea. This is Jack's last video. This is Jack Pembroke's last ever video. Because now he's probably in the hands... I have no idea how this was uploaded on YouTube because this was probably taken moments before North Korean soldiers captured him.
The most militarized and dangerous country in the world. All along the border, there's numerous guard towers and constant armed military surveillance.
Also, mines. Jack, if you're camping outside the North Korean border, you could very well step on a Korean war mine that has been there for 50 years. Like, you might actually die.
Making it near impossible to go unseen. And yes, the title is real. I'm actually going to attempt to stealth camp at the North Korean border. What the heck? I think this is an actual military bunker. Kim Jong-un.
This is so scary to do. I think anything where you're trespassing in a foreign country is terrifying. Can I say that? Not even the fact that it's North Korea. Like, trespass, like, he does a lot of videos where he's like stealth camping in Alcatraz and all this other place, and that's like, you know, scary because you're not supposed to be there, but you're in the US, so like, worst case, you know, they fine you, you get a slap on the wrists, and, you know, you fucking go about your day. Here, even if he's in South Korea, like, you could fucking get in so much trouble for, like, trying to get close to the border.
And our journey begins in South Korea. Hello. Hello. I'm going to the border.
Border?
You're telling the random South Korean Uber driver or taxi guy, I'm going to be running into North Korea today. Any tips? Do you think I should bring anything with me? I don't know how long the journey's going to be.
Is it scary? 안녕하세요, YouTube. Pretty sure that means hello YouTube in Korean. Before I go to bed, there's a few things I haven't told you guys. Tomorrow morning, we are going to the North Korea border. More specifically,
I feel like he's got to be, before he actually says where he's going, there's no shot he's going to, like, the demilitarized zone. Or, you know what I mean? Like, or whatever it's called. That area, no, it's not demilitarized. Where is that what it's called? Where they just stand there, the soldiers, and they just watch each other on both sides. They never speak to each other, but they just stare at each other, and they've done that at the fucking 39th parallel or whatever it is. Yeah, the DMZ, it is the demilitarized zone. For, like, years. 38th parallel, not 39th. There's no way he's going there because there's so many people there. I feel like he's going to be going to some random fence that's just, like, posted up along the border.
Demilitarized.
I'm going to say this, and this is going to sound stupid. I think it's hard to escape North Korea. I feel like it's probably not that hard to get into it. Do you agree? If I was in South Korea, which I've never been, so this is literally me just saying this off of, you know, pure Joe Bart ego speculation, I feel like it's probably as simple as just running across. Like, I don't think they would stop me. North Korea would accept. Oh, do you think they would shoot you? What if I had like a body pillow of Kim Jong-un with like hard eyes, and I was like, I love Kim Jong-un, please. And then I run in. Like, are they shooting me? Especially if I come, bro. Like, I would enter like here. If this is my strategy, if I ever had to invade North Korea, I would not enter in the demilitarized zone, like that central point that everybody goes and visits tourist-wise. I'm going to some random-ass spot, and I'm just running across.
North and South.
You'd get kidnapped and interrogated. And then I would say that I just love North Korean culture. More people are trying to budget their spending than ever. But even with the tightest budget, you still need to make room for the essentials like gas, groceries, and an occasional eating out. And with the Upside app, you can earn cash back every single time you spend. With over 100,000 participating locations, Upside users earn over $1 million in cash back every single week. And all you got to do is open the Upside app, claim an offer, and pay like normal. And it doesn't interfere with other credit card rewards or loyalty programs that you have, meaning you're just getting cash back on top of what you already have. The average Upside user earns $290 in cash back annually, meaning if you don't currently use Upside, you're just missing out on extra cash you could get back. I get the most out of Upside at gas stations. I'm constantly traveling for social media and vlogging and other stuff. And so when I'm at gas stations, it's easiest for me to just input it on the Upside app, pay to fill up my car, and get some cash back in the process. Upside has given $1 billion back to its users. To find out how much you could earn, download the free Upside app and use promo code JOEB to get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That is an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas using promo code JOEB. Sign up for Upside. Link in the description. Thank you to Upside for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
This is the closest you can get to North Korea, so as you can imagine,
I just moon one of the soldiers. He's standing in the T-pose. I'm like, hey.
On Earth. This is the closest you can get to North Korea, so as you can imagine, they're very strict with their rules. Not just anybody can go to the DMZ. I had to book a private tour weeks in advance.
$45,000? Oh, 30 US dollars. Huh. I didn't see the parentheses.
Just to go see this place. All of these factors really stress me out considering the goals I have planned for tomorrow. 1, spread propaganda.
Oh, that's
I want
awesome.
to absolutely tarnish this man Kim's name, and I want to do it as close to him as possible. I even had some custom.
Jack, this is the worst idea I've ever seen. This is Bro, Otto Warmbier, while he was in North Korea, literally got turned, they killed him. They made him brain dead in North Korea.
Propaganda
for taking a poster, let alone spreading propaganda.
Posters made to scout the area and get an idea of where
Oh my god, he's gonna wear a ghillie suit? Bro, you're gonna get sniped.
Actually stealth camp. The goal is to be able to see the North Korea border right where I'm sleeping. And 3, don't get caught or shot. This actually might be the hardest part. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I think I've been more anxious the past few weeks than I have my entire life just from anticipating tomorrow. This will be my last night in an actual...
This is purely free will here, Jack. No, this is entirely optional. You came up with the video idea to stealth camp in South Korea on the border and booked your flight. And then you're sitting here like, damn, I really don't want to do this.
I'm going to try to get some sleep, and tomorrow we'll be sleeping at the North Korea border.
Is this the video you're in? Chat, what are you doing if you see him stealth camping and across the way in North Korea, I'm in the video and I'm just standing there?
If you're wondering why it's still dark outside, it's 5 a.m. Let's get dressed. I called myself an Uber to take me to the pickup spot for the tour, which was at this random train station.
Yo, I'm so calling a Waymo and just redirecting it to Pyongyang. I'm putting that shit in. I'm going, take me to Pyongyang. The Waymo just starts freaking out. It's like, error, error.
Oh, hello. Yes. Yes, yes.
Oh my god, this random man just knows Jack.
Jack Pembroke.
Oh no, he's the Uber driver. I thought he was a fan. I'd be like, it's me. I'm going to North Korea today.
This guy I've never met before rushed me into a van full of other people I've never met before. He said if we weren't on time, the military literally wouldn't let us in, so we were already in a rush. Okay. That is our tour guide, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we're getting on a bus. So we're loaded up into this bus with a bunch of other people, and this is when we meet our tour guide, Kelly.
We can stay at the DMZ for 3 hours.
She tells us
he just starts asking outlandish questions. So if you sorry, Kelly, if somebody, just were to try and run across the border, like what would happen? I mean, I'm just spitballing here. Like if I were to wear maybe like a bubble armor and sprint really fast and kind of like dodge, would their outdated weapons kill me, or?
We're gonna have 3 different stops in the DMZ. As we got closer to the border, I could genuinely feel the intensity of what we were doing. I started to see Korean military like every mile, and I had that weird nervous feeling in my stomach. As we were pulling up to the entrance, Kelly told us,
when we get to the DMZ, we have to pass through the military checkpoint. The South Korean soldiers will check 3 kinds of your information.
Which obviously made me feel uneasy knowing I had a bunch of propaganda posters.
Just shoved right up his ass, too. Jackie, you got to keister that shit. They're going to be patting you down, man.
In my backpack.
Okay, we're almost here, military checkpoint.
Bathroom! Bathroom!
From now on, all the photo or the video not allowed.
I snuck a video.
Oh, shit. He walks by me, I go.
Thankfully, we were granted access and we breezed through the military checkpoint. As we drove further and further, we crossed what was the previous border into North Korea and kept going until we were technically no longer in South Korea. All right, we're getting off the bus.
Wait, no longer in South Korea. Oh, wait, the DMZ is literally an area that's not owned by either country. I thought that there was just a gap that they wouldn't enter. I didn't know they're not in South Korea anymore. He's gonna try and not catch the bus back? Jack, this is even worse. Jack, they've bussed you into the demilitarized zone and he's gonna try and stay? I thought that this was just I thought you'd be able to walk up there. You gotta pass through the military checkpoint and he's gonna try and fucking ditch the group and go camp in the woods?
We're here. Oh my gosh, we're here. At our first stop, we were immediately rushed into a theater to watch a video.
Although North and South Korea established their own.
This would be really funny if you had like Jack on like Find My iPhone and you knew he was doing this video. So you just start like spam calling him when it's like 2 a.m. and he's trying to be quiet. It's like, fuck, my phone keeps ringing.
Governments after World War II. The peace didn't last long.
This was really weird feeling, and I started to stress about scouting the surrounding area and making sure I get these posters up, because that's like the entire reason.
Bro, Jack, this isn't fucking Disney World, bro. This is the demilitarized zone.
And we're here, but Kelly made sure that everyone stayed next to her at all times and was constantly doing head counts. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. We all entered a room and were told to gear up for an old underground tunnel. This tunnel is extremely...
Jack just goes in the bathroom and blows up like a sex doll to sit in his chair. The guy next to him, he's like, don't fucking say anything. Puts there, jumps out the window.
Old and was originally built by South Korea to invade North Korea. While everybody was getting in line, I knew this could be my chance to break away from the group. I think I'm gonna try to dip out that door. And so without wasting any
God, he's actually gonna try and dip.
Time, I took my chance. This is so sketchy. I've broken away from the group. I gotta keep this low key. I don't even know where I am right now, dude. What the heck? Okay, I think they could be back any minute now, so I'm gonna attempt to find somewhere to put our first poster up. Gotta look for a good spot. I think right here on this pillar would be a perfect spot. As I was getting the posters out of my bag, I spotted a staff member just behind me. And sure enough, as I was taping the poster... How you doing? Oh, it's just video. Yeah. Yeah. I think this guy definitely knew I wasn't supposed to be there, so I had to make this quick.
What is the propaganda that he has? Like an AI-generated, like, femboy Kim Jong-un or something? Big red YouTube arrow. Kim Jong-un does have a butthole! Oh my god, is it that he made Labubu's?
Come on.
Kim Jong-un, what does that say? Kim Jong-un has a $1.2 million Labubu collection.
Our first poster is up. Kim Jong-un has a $1.2 billion Labubu collection.
By Rap TV.
I mean, if this isn't the most embarrassing thing to be known for, I don't know what is. That's right, Kim. You can't stop me.
Do I still have my fake? Oh, I do. I got scammed out of this. This is a fake fucking Labubu. Imagine I found like a wire.
Oh, no.
I just check one thing.
Check it?
Yep.
I would just say no.
I mean, it's just brief, just to delete it, please.
Yeah, I can delete it.
I can just delete the recent deletes as well.
Yeah, I was just talking to you guys about potential sleep spots around the DMZ, not even in the DMZ, and a military soldier came up to me and made me delete the footage. I got a clip of him as I was walking away. This is insane, bruh. After almost being late to catch the
Why are you not allowed to film the other side?
bus, we made our way to stop number...
Like, why is that bad? It's just woods. It's not... Like, there's not people on the other side, like, facing them in that area.
2, the observatory. I believe this is, like, the closest you can get to North Korea. The vibes are pretty tense. This is apparently where you can actually see North Korea. So I'm thinking this could be a perfect opportunity to scout a sleep spot for later tonight. And once at the top, despite all of the no filming restrictions, I captured this. You are looking at North Korea. Fun fact, that's a propaganda town. Nobody actually lives there, and it's completely fake. This was one of the weirdest, most surreal feelings looking into this.
That's such a stupid thing. Like, hey, Kim Jong-un, instead of making an entire town that's fake to make it seem like your country doesn't suck ass, maybe make your country not suck ass. Isn't it almost around equal effort to put up infrastructure to make it seem like you're housing a town of 50,000 people, then, like, I don't know, put that money towards, like, not having your people starve or, you know, not putting them in prison camps. It's like, what are we fucking doing?
This extremely mysterious and dangerous country, which means
You see, he, I don't know if this is real news or not, but I've been seeing that he is, like, claiming that his daughter will be the next ruler after him. And I'm curious to see if she will be uber dictator like him. Like mega dictator. Like, do you think she'll be worse? She's worse? Bro, she's not going to be leader for like another 20 years. You know what I mean?
never been closer.
There's no way she'll be worse.
My enemy, Kim.
I need to put up another propaganda.
No way.
And a poster. This wall right here would be perfect.
Ice.
Poster number 2. Oh my God. Kim Jong-un reportedly has a baby on the way with Ice Spice. People walk down this every couple minutes. Sure, hundreds of people are going to be able to enjoy this. Sorry, Kim.
Except I wasn't sorry because I was far from done here. But when I saw that they had security cameras that were being watched around every single corner, I knew I had to be quick. But luckily, Kim can't run fast anyways. But before leaving, the bathroom...
What do you mean? Kim is the strongest person in the entire world. Kim is not even human, the feats that he's able to accomplish. I mean, Kim could probably run a 100-meter in about 4 seconds.
Was just calling to me.
All right, guys, I'm here in the bathroom.
Kim invented the hamburger? No, his father invented the hamburger.
And I couldn't help but think that...
Kim invented the smash burger. A smash hit of the original. Huh.
I think this place needs a little bit of decorating. This might just be my best work yet.
I love to eat poop. See, that's fucking hilarious. First, put that in the bathroom. I wonder if like a worker sees that, if they take. I feel like they have to take it down.
This is a real quote. He actually said that. Okay, I'm gonna leave this here and I'm gonna get out of this bathroom. Poopy phase, poopy phase.
I must have lost track of time here because I was called by Kelly and told that everyone was waiting for me and I was late for the bus. And due to military regulations, we needed to leave now.
Oh, he was mad late. Yo, it was a mile away.
Also had to apologize to everyone for being late.
I'm sorry.
Our third and final...
Please say sorry for everyone. Nah, that's humiliating. Oh my God. The tour guide goes, say sorry.
Stop was a small village in the DMZ. People that are handpicked by the military are able to live in this town for free. They even have their own emergency bunkers in case, you know, Kim decides to launch any of his thousands of missiles pointed directly at South Korea. Upon arrival, I was shocked to see a gift.
Dude, I wonder what Kim eats on like an average day. Like, do you think he ever... There has to be a time where Kim Jong-un has, like, genuinely paid somebody to, like, fly McDonald's over the border. He eats poop. A lot of poop. Dude, Kim Jong-un probably is the nastiest shits. Like, I mean, just imagine that. Kim with his slicked back hair, he, like, stumbles out of bed, like, naked, and he's like, oh, runs to the bathroom in his, like, golden toilet, heated floor. While everybody around him is starving, and he's just fucking lighting that shit up.
Shop, and even more shocked to see what
pounds of cheese
look like North Korean money.
That's from North Korea. Yeah. Just hit a lick on Kim Jong-un. It's your money, bro. Everyone's inside right now getting souvenirs, but I'm out here because I have 2 more pieces of propaganda to spread. I'm gonna try to slowly make my way away from the tour bus.
Wait, you can buy, sorry, I just zoned out. You could buy North Korean money? That's fucking sick. Like, I would pay like $100 for that.
I have 2 more pieces of propaganda to spread. I'm gonna try to slowly make my way away from the tour bus. This is so freaking sketchy. I don't know what this is right here. See if I can go through here. Okay, it's like a boarded up house. Okay, the bus is over there. I'm gonna try to put a poster up right here. I'm also noticing all around the DMZ is pretty much woods. So if I can get near that fence, anywhere around the DMZ, that would be right next to the border. There we go, baby. Kim Jong-un spotted on a romantic date with influencer Jack Doherty. No one would have ever thought something like...
Nobody's gonna understand this, though. The other ones, somebody from South Korea might know, like, who Ice Spice is. They're gonna be like, who the fuck is Jack Doherty?
Like this would be this close to the North Korea border, and that poster lives on forever.
With one more poster left, I was feeling good. But as I was leaving, I forgot to realize that somebody lives in this house. And the owner of the house happened to come home right after I put the poster up.
What happens if you're at the DMZ and you just, like, throw some shit into the other border?
Oh my gosh.
Evil human experiments that actually happened. Visual venture video. Lock in.
The CIA knew that it was breaking, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
Yeah, it was I feel like the big three are World War II Germany, World War II Japan, and then like 1990 to 2008 CIA did like the worst experiments on people. Stanford prison experiment. I would not say the Stanford prison experiment is on par with like the CIA literally just drugging people and seeing like the limits of the human body with like the torture program. Like, yeah, I think the Stanford prison experiment wasn't actually meant to like be that bad from the start. And it did get bad, but not to the extent of like, yeah, Nazi doctors literally like trying to like see if the brains of twins could be switched or whatever weird shit they did. Giving people like just deadly diseases and seeing how they'd survive. The CIA thought LSD was such a powerful drug it could be used for mind control. They thought there was a time where the CIA was working on like what a so-called truth serum would be. And so they would, to American citizens, John Kiriakou talks about this, and I love watching his clips, but he said they would go around and pick up guys that were trying to get like prostitutes in like San Fran, and then they would drug them. They would like bring them to this area, drug them, and then try and get them to like tell them their darkest secrets or something. I'm like, imagine being a regular guy. Well, not regular guy, you're picking up a prostitute, but still. Imagine being a guy in San Fran. You're like thinking you're going to get laid, pay $100 to like some lady. And then you get fucking dosed with like high levels of acid and just interrogated to see like what you would spill. Like, oh my God. And they would put hummus up their ass. Yeah, they would do that.
Story was that the final results for this cruel test were not even noteworthy.
He says he's not going to go on. Please continue. He says he doesn't want to go on. We must continue.
Today, experiments have strict rules to protect people, but that wasn't always the case. In the past, researchers experimented on people without considering the consequences, and the damage often lasted a lifetime. In this video, we'll explore evil human experiments that...
Well, and then the most fuck shit, too, is they do all that, and it's so fucked up, and they're doing it for research. And then to hide it, they fucking got rid of like 90% of the, papers on a lot of the shit they did. So all of it was for nothing, right? I'm not saying it was justified at all, but like you already did it. You might as well keep the information you gathered, but they destroyed it because they didn't want to get in trouble. So it's like, all right, well now we just did that for actually no reason.
Actually happened, starting with the unsettling cases and ending with the most horrifying.
Unit 731, well, the U.S. also bought a lot of that information from the Japanese, from what they learned.
So it is the new year, guys, and I want to encourage you guys to be the best version of yourselves that you can be. And it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my best to make the best videos I possibly can for you. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. MK Ultra. For years, the MK Ultra experiment sounded like a made-up story. Many believed it was simply too cruel to be real. But in 1973, the truth came out. Declassified CIA files confirmed that MK Ultra actually happened, and it involved illegal human experiments.
It was the most secret program ever conducted by the CIA in the United States.
But the worst part was not how extreme the experiments were. It was that people were forced to take part in it. MK Ultra officially began in 1953. At that time, the CIA believed other countries were developing brainwashing and mind control techniques. But there was no evidence to confirm this. But the agency didn't want to fall behind, so they launched MK Ultra. The goal was clear: find ways to erase the memory and then control the mind.
Can we actually like control a person?
And how do you even start doing that? Like it's like on some serial killer level shit. Like trying to actually drug people and just test different substances that are going to like permanently fuck people up.
Personality, can we make them behave in certain ways, make them do something?
MK Ultra quickly grew into a massive operation. It included more than 150 separate projects. These
literally what Jeffrey Dahmer was doing. Actually, though, when did Jeffrey Dahmer do all that stuff, though? I think it was after MK Ultra. If it started in the 50s. Jeffrey Dahmer was a serial killer in what, like the 70s or the 80s?
Projects took place in universities, hospitals, and even in public. And some of the methods were so inappropriate that keeping this a secret became necessary.
You know, the CIA knew that it was breaking, you know, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
One of the CIA's main tools was mind-altering drugs. Researchers wanted to know whether dosing people made them easier to control.
Even people in the public were given drugs without their awareness or consent. And
yeah, what was that one story? I think they did it to a town in like France or some shit where they like drugged the bread and the whole town lost it. Where did the CIA drug the bread? Yeah, Pont Saint-Esprit, France. In August of 1951, the CIA drugged 250 people with, like, they drugged the food, causing hallucinations and 7 deaths. Theories suggesting CIA involvement. It was definitely the CIA. It's 100%. Oh my God.
And experimented upon.
But secretly dosing people sometimes ended in disaster. Frank Olson's story is a perfect example. Olson was a scientist working with U.S. intelligence. In 1953, he attended a meeting with colleagues. During that meeting, the CIA spiked Olson's drink with a truth serum. He had no idea. Agents stood nearby and watched how it affected him. When the substance took effect, Olson became emotionally unstable. A witness described him as,
I don't want to say that you would know. I know this is like the 50s too, and people didn't have as much knowledge on like what being under like a hallucinogenic substance would feel like. But like outside of being like straight up roofied and like given Rufinol where you like actually like start to lose consciousness and memory, if I'm sober and you give me a glass of water with acid in it, I'm gonna know that I'm tripping. Okay? Like, it's not going to be a truth serum because I'm going to be like, wow, I feel really fucking weird now. You drugged me. You're not going to know what you're on, but you're going to be like, I'm definitely not sober.
The effect lasted for days. 1 week later, Olson
Days?
was staying at a hotel. He suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and ran around the room in his underwear. Then he fell from a hotel window. He didn't survive. But Olson wasn't the only victim of MK Ultra. Many MK Ultra experiments took place in hospitals and psych wards.
However, some of the most damaging experiments occurred at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada.
The patients were already vulnerable. Instead of receiving proper care, they were treated like guinea pigs. MK Ultra doctors wanted to learn how to erase memories.
And he thought that if you could bring a person back down to a blank slate, remove all the environmental inputs that have been put into them, and then you can build them back up in your image into whatever you want them to be.
The methods used were too
Yeah, but I feel like that's not even like not only not feasibly possible. Like, how would you, if you were to mind wipe like a 35-year-old man, what are you erasing? How are you targeting specific memories? Because are you mind wiping everything they've ever known? Like, are you fully restarting, like, they don't even know how to speak? Like, what? Yeah, McChunky, I know his mind, but I'm saying, like, are you removing memories or are you removing functional capabilities as well? Because if you're removing are you trying to get rid of like, okay, what their name is, their childhood, all this, and then they're going to be like a blank slate that still understands what math is in society, but they don't know where they are or who they are? Because like, that's what you would want. If you were to mind wipe somebody to try and create them into some weird like sleeper, agent that you can form to whatever you want, you would want them to still be functionally capable in a way that they still understand English and they still know what math is and they still know how to drive a car. They just don't know who they are, where they came from, how they got there. Yeah, like literally like, yeah, Bucky. Like some shit out of Marvel.
Many patients didn't understand what was happening. That made it nearly impossible for them to refuse. By the time patients were discharged, they were seriously affected.
He never came out the same. He had a blank look in his eye. He didn't know who we were. He didn't know we were his daughters.
MK Ultra experiments also took place in prisons. Inmates were given substances and their reactions were closely monitored. The program continued for nearly 10 years, and so many of the things they did were illegal.
They were also experimenting with aerosol LSD. Like, can we disperse it into a crowd? Can we
Holy fuck.
disperse it over a city? What does it do in water supplies? And just some insane stuff.
Well, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, there's people, when you willingly want to take LSD, there's people that have great trips and there's people that have bad trips. But I don't see a world where you dosed somebody with LSD without their knowledge and anything good happens. Like, okay, to put it in perspective, I've taken mushrooms, right, multiple times. I've tripped, and I've had good trips, and I've had bad trips. And I'm not advocating for mushroom usage. I don't think you should do it. I think there is medicinal purposes, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into that. Okay, it's a conversation for another day. Besides that, if you gave me psilocybin and didn't tell me, I'm guaranteed tweaking. Guaranteed. I'm going to know that I'm tripping. But I'm going to go, what the fuck? Like, because you're just going to be in such a bad mindset.
1963, the CIA officially ended MK Ultra. This was the explanation recorded inside the CIA director's office.
His office reported, the concepts involved in manipulating human behavior are found by many people, both within and outside the agency, to be distasteful and unethical.
After the program ended, the CIA director ordered most MK Ultra files destroyed. The goal was to keep the experiments hidden, but that plan failed a few years.
Have you tried dipahydramine? Isn't that like Benadryl? What the fuck is that? Yeah, bro. I also gotta say, that's the most degenerative thing ever. Motherfuckers that take like 20 Benadryl and then see the Hat Man. That's dying. That's dying.
Years after it ended,
Bro called it by its medical term. Have you ever taken Benadryl? Yeah, I've taken Benadryl, not in high doses.
a reporter found out
Don't. Kratom? I've taken Kratom. I have a whole video on all the fucking things I've done.
about the program and blew the whistle.
In 1974, Seymour Hersh exposed the MKUltra program when he wrote about it for the New York Times.
The article caused public outrage. Soon after, Congress launched an investigation. The CIA was forced to admit the truth.
During those hearings, the CIA finally admitted that this program existed. They admitted that it was probably not the right thing to do, but they feigned innocence.
By then, most of the records were destroyed. That meant the full scope of MKUltra would never be known, and victims were left without justice. Up next is an experiment that intentionally instilled fear in people. The Landis Facial Expression Experiment. In 1924, psychologist Carney Landis began a study on human reactions.
I don't think I've ever heard this one. Landis Facial Expression Experiment?
He wanted to know if everyone makes the same face when they feel the same emotion, like fear, disgust, and so on. I mean, it was a reasonable question, but in trying to find the answer, Landis created one of the most horrifying experiments ever, and those who suffered most were his test subjects. Landis recruited young college students for the study. On paper, the plan was simple. He was going to trigger emotions like disgust and joy and capture them on camera.
So he needs to get you to feel emotions to get a picture of your face.
The first thing he did was...
This doesn't seem that fucked up, though, on surface level. Just trying to get, like, what's, like, a sour face is like, or, like, sad or happy. Like, how does this go bad? Like, he starts, like, hurting people?
In thick black lines across each volunteer's face. He said the markings would help track facial expressions in photos. Next, he mounted a camera on the wall. It was positioned to capture everything. At this point, it still looked like a normal psychology study. But things were about to get dark. Landis wanted to see the face people made when they felt uncomfortable. To trigger that reaction, he showed volunteers a set of unsettling images.
Then he shows you medical photos of people with horrendous skin conditions.
The volunteers were clearly distressed, and the camera recorded every reaction. Next, Landis moved on to fear.
Then he goes behind a curtain and sets off a firecracker to capture on film the exact moment of your fright.
He didn't just use firecrackers. Landis also fired a weapon close to the volunteers. Once again, his goal was to capture the exact moment of their fright. Then the experiment escalated. Landis told the volunteers to close their eyes and stick their hands into a metal bucket. Inside, they felt something slimy. The bucket was full of live frogs, kicking and squirming. Landis recorded their expressions, but he wasn't finished. He instructed them to search the bottom of the bucket for an object.
So after searching...
Can't they just say, like, are they required to do this? I feel like at some point a volunteer would be like, no. Like, second bro fires a gun off in the room, I'm out.
Through all these frogs for some time, finally, the participant found their surprise.
Their hands touched a live electrical coil. An electrical shock ripped through their bodies.
So the participants were also getting shocked by that time. And that time, they were facial expressions were also recorded.
Still, Landis...
And why are we doing this? Like, what is this bettering in science? Like, what is learning the human facial expressions gaining?
Wasn't satisfied. He wanted stronger reactions. Landis brought out a small mouse.
Oh my god, and fucking kills it.
Was live. Then he ordered each volunteer to end the mouse.
And if they didn't, he would do it for them in front of them while they watched.
Almost everyone asked Landis if he was joking. They quickly realized he wasn't. Landis wanted to take a photo of their faces as they carried out the act. Many volunteers refused at first, but Landis pressured them. One by one, most of them gave in. About 1/3 refused to do it themselves, but Landis didn't let them off the hook. Landis did it himself. He made them watch. The camera clicked again and again. The experiment was over. Now it was time to assess the results. After triggering all of these emotions, Landis reviewed the photos, and he found no clear pattern. There was no typical facial expression for any emotion. Fear, disgust, and shock looked different from person to person. In fact,
you had to fucking kill a mouse in front of people and electrocute them and shoot a gun near them to figure that one out? I mean, this guy's an idiot. This guy's... I could have told you that. I could have told you that from just watching people on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, what smiling looks like for some people is different for others.
Smiling was the most common reaction, even during unpleasant experiences. When Landis published his findings, many people criticized how the volunteers were treated. The part involving the mouse caused the most outrage. That's why today, the Landis facial expression experiment is remembered for its cruelty, not its science. Up next is an experiment that had lasting consequences on a child. The Little Albert experiment. Fear is a survival tool.
I'm shocked at how I haven't heard of, like, I heard of the first one, that was it.
It warns us when danger is near.
Like, he's going through some fucking niche experiments I've never heard of.
The Little Albert experiment.
Little Albert.
Fear is a survival tool. It warns us when danger is near. But for decades, psychologists argued about where fear comes from. Are we born with it, or does the world teach us what to fear? In 1920, two researchers decided to stop debating and find out for themselves. They wanted to train someone to fear something specific, even if that thing was harmless. Before the experiment could begin, they ran into a major issue. They couldn't use adults. Adults already have memories and life experiences, so they know what's scary and what isn't. The researchers needed someone with no sense of what could be scary. Ideally, they needed a baby. The researchers eventually found a baby in the hospital where they worked.
It is weird how, like, young infants don't fear, like, scary masks because they still don't have a full recognition of what, like, a normal human looks like. And then after a while, right, like when they're like 3 or 4 or whatever, like clown masks and shit are terrifying.
The baby's real name was never recorded. In the study, he was called Albert B. Albert was only 9 months old. The researchers planned to teach him fear. To do this, they used a method called classical conditioning. Here's the concept. If you pair something harmless with something frightening, the brain may link the two. If you repeat that pairing enough times, the brain learns a new rule. This object means danger. The researchers decided to test this idea on little Albert. They began by showing him a white lab rat. Albert showed no fear. He tried to touch the rat. Next, they showed him a rabbit, a dog, and a monkey. None of the animals frightened him.
First, as you see here, the investigators demonstrated that prior to conditioning, little Albert had no fears of any animals.
At that point, the scientists needed a way to trigger fear. They struck a steel bar using a hammer. The noise startled Albert and he burst into tears.
I mean, but do we really need to do an experiment on Albert to know this? I mean, like, you could just know that through, like, regular dog conditioning. Like, if every time you want, like, for example, every time you need to take your dog out, right, when they're a puppy, you ring a bell by the door. You take your dog out, ring a bell. Take your dog out, ring a bell. Now the dog associates having to piss or shit with the bell, so it rings the bell when it has to go poop. In the same sense, you're going to link two things. That's just any animal brain is going to do that. Like, you didn't need to do this to figure that out.
Now they knew what made him scared. The researchers showed Albert.
Yeah, Pavlov dogs already proved that. That's what I'm saying. But, like, why are we doing this then? Why are we now showing the kid a rat and fucking striking a drum or a bar or something to scare him?
The rat again. He smiled and reached for it just like before. At that exact moment, they made the loud noise again.
In the conditioning phase of the study, which was not filmed, the investigators struck a steel bar with a hammer whenever Albert reached for a rat.
Albert heard the noise and cried. To strengthen the connection, they repeated the process. After several rounds, the scientists finally got the result they wanted. Albert didn't need to hear the noise anymore. Seeing the rat alone made him cry.
The investigators believed that the child's reaction during this trial demonstrated his newly acquired fear of white rat.
They successfully taught a baby to fear something specific, but the experiment wasn't over yet. The researchers wanted to see if Albert's fear would transfer to similar objects. So they placed a rabbit in front of Albert. It was white and furry, just like the rat. Albert cried. Next, they brought in a dog and a monkey. He cried again. It seemed Albert was scared of anything soft, white, or furry. They even showed him a Santa Claus beard, and he burst into tears. The researchers planned to remove the fear later, but they never got the chance. Albert's mother suddenly left the hospital with her child. Maybe she realized something was wrong. No one knows for sure. What we do know is this: Albert never received treatment to reverse the fear. For decades, Albert's identity remained a mystery. Researchers only knew he was born around 1919. Finally, in 2014, investigators believed they finally identified him. They concluded that he was a man named Albert Barger. They wanted to interview him, but they couldn't. Albert already passed away at the age of 87. Instead, they spoke with his family. They described Albert as gentle and calm, but there was something strange about him. Albert couldn't stand being around animals. It was so bad that family members had to keep their dogs in a separate room when he visited. If Albert Barger was...
Wow, they really, after one day of doing this, or like 2 days of doing this, it like permanently fucked him up?
really little Albert, it's possible that the fear from the experiment never faded. The little Albert experiment showed that fear can be learned through classical conditioning, but the fact that they used...
Do you think there's any way that could have been reversed, though? Like, through... Like, I think what they would have had to do is, like, the mom would have had to, like, slowly, immediately try to reintroduce animals. Like, if she just left and then went on about her day and kept raising her kid, yeah, like an exposure therapy. But, like, immediately.
The baby was just wrong. This next case answered the question, how easily can you make a good person do bad things? The Milgram shock experiment. Most people believe
I've heard of this one.
They are good. In the early 1960s, psychologist Stanley Milgram decided to test that belief.
Stanley Milgram was interested in the psychology of obedience.
Milgram designed an experiment to answer one dark question. Can a good person be pressured into doing something evil simply because their leader or boss orders them to? Milgram's question was inspired by the events of World War II. After the war, many people involved in horrific crimes
Ages 1 to 100 raised for $250,000.
I gathered a 1-year-old who will race every age all the way up to a 100-year-old, and they're going to compete for $250,000.
Come on, Jimmy!
Ready? Go!
What a waste to bring them out here. I think anybody behind, anybody below the age of 10 and over the age of 70 is cooked. What is this the video and it's just they race and it's over?
The first 5 of you from each decade to...
Oh, 3 of the 90-year-olds just died on the field. Up 3. The 92, the 98, and the 100-year-old actually just physically died trying to run to the other side.
Go! The first 5 of you from each decade to cross the finish line.
Oh, first 5 from each decade. So it's like it's a lock that you can make it even if you're 90 to 100. Because if it was like they're pulling the top 50 people, I think the only people that make it are between like 15 and 40.
On to the next challenge.
Doing good.
I ain't going. Come on, 9-year-olds.
Oh my God, I'm a team. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, you're shooting.
And this is just the first of 6 brutal challenges these contestants will compete in. Oh, they hit the 88-year-old. In order to...
Yo, you put me in a dodgeball match against an 80-year-old, I am throwing an absolute piss missile. When I tell you, I am winding that up full speed. I'm not, dude, especially if money's on the line. I don't give a fuck. Yo, she's getting laid out. They're bringing out the gurney. They're bringing out the gurney. They got some 85-year-old man just like, hobbling over. I'm going, yo, you're dead, man. You're not making it out of this court.
Find out what is the prime age of humanity. The answer.
Okay, well, that's just stupid. The prime age of humanity isn't the peak athleticism's like 25. But I would say like most people like in their career / fitness peak around like 28. Yeah, like 28, 30 is usually when you're in the best shape of your life.
Might surprise you.
Hey, the 60-year-olds
biologically
are a little slower than I thought they'd be.
It looks like the 20 to 30-year-olds will be the first decade to finish.
Yes!
28. That's pure coincidence. That's just off the pool of the people that they got right there.
The last 5 in each decade are eliminated.
Well, the fastest would be 20 to 30. It could have been anybody in that group, though.
Let's go, baby.
6, 7.
Oh, I'm right. Oh, I'm right here.
Oh my God, yo, she didn't even catch herself. She just...
6, 7.
Oh, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Woo! All right, give it up for 92. And with that, all 50 spots have been filled.
I think I was the first person out of everybody across that line.
Congratulations!
Yo, that was a full-on face plant.
Head on out. This next game is where things really start to ramp up. For game number 2, we will be playing dodgeball.
How do you expect old people to dodge them?
Yellow team, you're not gonna hit us.
You gotta figure it out, Grandma. You gotta figure it out. Isn't this a little unfair? Hey, you're in the video because you're 93, okay? You're not in the video because you're the peak athlete that's gonna win this, right? This is the whole plot of the video. You gotta work with it, right? You're wise, you got wisdom, you gotta play the game, you know, hold the ball, deflect, because you can't dodge.
6-year-old.
Oh, right in the face. Right in the face.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing nice at all, dude. Like, I don't care if the kid starts crying. Like, $250,000 is on the line, dude. I am throwing straight gas. I'm hitting anybody that could get out.
3, 2, 1, go! We're off. Oh, look at the little ones. The kids are bringing the balls back to the teenagers.
Grab the ball. Hey, get it.
Oh! Remember that if you get...
That looked fucking fake as shit.
Oh!
That looked like that was like a ball of helium.
Oh! Remember that if you get hit by a ball or step on the red line, you are out for the round. We're going until everyone on one team's out. 76 is gonna go for...
Yo, I kind of like the movement from 65-year-old though. Yo, this guy's in shape. You peeping that?
Ball or step on the red line.
He had that stance.
You are out for the round. We're going until everyone on one team's out. 76 is gonna go for him. Oh,
he's 98. He's 98 years old. Most people die by 75. This guy is a walking body, right? Literally just lob it at him. Just lob. How do you miss that?
You missed him! You missed him!
No, 98!
The seniors are down 3 already.
I would feel bad about throwing a piss missile at the 98-year-old. I would feel less bad about nailing, like, somebody that cries versus, like, breaking somebody's bones, you know? Like, if you hit a 6-year-old in the face with a dodgeball, they're gonna live. Like, I might kill the 98-year-old. Like, if I hit him in the head and then he falls, like, he's gonna break his arms. What about the kid? The kid will be fine. The kid's just gonna cry. You know, like, bro, to put it in perspective, my now dead grandpa slipped and fell on the floor and broke his back. Like, old people over 80 are, like, literally just, like, sand that's, like, waiting to dissolve.
Oh, I'm out.
This is pure chaos.
Oh, 95. Oh, sorry, Ann.
That was ridiculous.
Throw it! Throw the ball!
Oh, 44 is out. Yellow team is taking out orange team.
29, throw it! I need a ball.
Yeah! Oh, 54 is out.
Wait, but I don't understand this. Did he explain how this is, like, are full decades getting eliminated, or is it like that guy's out now, he's fully out? Like, are you playing for the team, or are you playing for yourself?
Oh, 46!
Did you see that 46 kill?
Oh! There's only 2 orange ones left! And 59 gets hit, they're done! Oh! They got him! It's done! The 40 through 60-year-olds have been eliminated. For
I am shocked.
the final round, we're gonna do things a little different.
No. The 40 to 60-year-olds got out before the 90-year-olds. Do you think that was a strategy that, like, because they didn't interview anybody, do you think that might have been a play from the younger ones to get out? Because, like, 40 to 60-year-olds are the wisest of the group and might do really well in mental game, but are also athletic enough to compete. So getting them out early is actually better, because the people that are in their 90s are like, it's a gimme. You know, like, you're beating them no matter what.
Only 2 captains from each team will compete in this next round. And lastly, we'll be going until 2 quadrants are eliminated. So half of you are going home in round 2.
Since we're the red team, can we touch the red line?
No! No!
That doesn't make any sense.
No.
And for saying that, I just blew up your house.
But that was very adorable. That was a very adorable question.
Who should be the captain?
Me!
These guys gonna take it home.
You want to be a captain?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
So we're thinking of 65 and 70?
If you're listening to this, I am so sorry for everything I'm about to do. Please forgive me.
Gen Z, are you ready? Prime Age, are you ready? No. Oldies, how about you?
We gotta win this game!
I actually think the 30-year-olds win this. I think the average 31-year-old that's not in the obese range in the United States is much more athletic than the average high schooler.
Seniors, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
I think it's also like a level of confidence. That's cap. I really don't think it is. I think in, like, raw racing ability, I think teenagers are better, right? Like, I ran track. I would be faster than a 30-year-old when I was in high school. But if you put me in a dodgeball match against 30-year-olds, I would be nervous, right? Like, they're more confident. Not that they've played dodgeball more, but it's like, there's like a mental game in you going against somebody. Because if you're 30, you're not like, yes, you're not in the prime years of your life, but you're still athletic, right? Like, 35-year-olds, like, bro, LeBron James is like 40 in the NBA. You know, like, they're not getting fried by a high schooler.
Oh! They got both the seniors out. Green team is done. 88. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Throw it at him.
I got 65.
She's not even in the game. Oh, sorry, Jimmy. They teamed up on the old folks. No mercy.
Oh my God, they're not going against each other? Bro, what? Why are they just going against the old people?
Whatsoever.
Hey, hold him and count to 3.
I feel like this, bro, on the count of 3, yo, I'm so fucking turning on them. If I'm with 31 and 28, I'm going, yo, on 3, hard pivot and pelt these losers. Like, actually, I'm going, they think that we're teaming up with them, they're cooked. And they're thinking the same fucking thing. Right? What? And we play Arc Raiders. Friendly.
1.
She's the only one.
2. 3.
Oh! They show no mercy for the old people.
That pissed me off.
Everyone above the age of 40 has now been eliminated. Look, it's your fault. You took it like a champ.
Are you all right?
Yeah,
You're all
I'm
right?
fine.
I'm going to college. I'm going to help my family out. I hope you forgive me.
This is gonna be a day that I'll always remember.
Let's go eliminate some more people. Follow me.
What is this?
Is that water?
What the heck?
Welcome to Dunk Tank Relay. As you can see by their jersey colors, we split all the ages into 5 new teams. Who do you want on your team? That were chosen by the 5 youngest competitors.
Oh, hell no. Imagine getting drafted to the worst team, dude. I'd be so annoyed. The 4-year-old picks you. Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness.
28. Woo! 30.
30.
You picked
29.
Let's hope they
That's not allowed. That's not allowed.
made some good picks. This challenge is a relay race that starts with 2 team members firing arrows at targets. When they hit both of them, the dunk tank drops their 3rd teammate, who has to swim and collect parts of a ladder that their 4th team.
What the fuck would we have done if the 90-year-olds made it to this point? The 98-year-olds sitting in the dunk tank. Get ready to, they're gonna drown.
Teammate has to build, climb up, and hit the buzzer. The first 3 teams to finish move on. The last 2 are eliminated. Contestants, draw.
Wait, so wait. Why are we having the 6-year-old shoot a bow and arrow? Bro, what? Have the 6-year-old swim. All he has to do is pick up fucking random dots and then climb a ladder. Why are we making the 6-year-old shoot a 40-yard target? Like, that's way harder.
Relay.
Swimming in the cold? Yeah, bro.
Contestants, draw your bows. 3, 2.
Cooked. Yo, Big Dog. I don't care if you never shot an arrow before you're like 35. On the side. To the eye. What? Yo, he went to the chest?
1. Go! Everybody missed their first shot, except wait, purple hasn't fired yet. Oh, he hit it! The purple team got a hit!
Oh my God.
Take your time. Take your time.
Come on, Tuna.
Fire!
Gotta hit the targets. Only the purple team has hit one so far. Oh, he hit it!
Woo! Let's go!
Oh, you can hit both? Oh, yeah.
Oh, dunk him! Let's go!
Only the first 3 teams move on. Hurry up and shoot your targets.
Lock in!
Purple's gonna be the first one up. Purple might build their ladder before anyone hits a target.
Hey, that's it! That's a hit! On top!
Do we really need
On top! Come on!
What the fuck are we doing?
Oh, no!
Are you kidding me?
Come on, 30! Let's do it! Let's go! 22!
Hey, you got it! Good job, good job. All right.
You got this, Swell!
Purple team is crushing it. They've already built half of their ladder.
Bring it on in!
But here comes yellow team to start their ladder.
You got it! Good! That's one! That's one! There it is!
Oh,
Are they allowed to not shoot the bow and just throw the arrows? Like, I'm thinking, if I'm allowed to just start throwing the darts, I just wouldn't even use the bow. Bro, he doesn't know how to hold a bow. Why did we elect him? Bro, look at this girl. She's like, why did I draft this loser? Oh, my God. I'm not calling this guy a loser, by the way, but that's what she's thinking.
What are you doing?
Yo, I'd be crashing out. I'd be cursing in that box. I'd be like, this I'd be kidding me. This fucker he can't shoot a bow.
The team is flying through their ladder, but 40 is struggling to get out of the water.
Help me up. Hey, help him up.
They're going to lose time that they could be using building their ladder.
Let's go!
Hurry, the last two teams will be eliminated.
Come on, up top.
Yo, I don't think he shot an arrow successfully once.
Oh, my God.
Boom! You got it!
Throw it, throw it, throw it!
There's now 3 teams building their ladders.
Throw him, throw him, throw him.
Now red team is starting their ladder.
Yes! He's getting up!
They had a big lead, but the others are catching up. Oh, and now green team has moved ahead of team yellow. Despite being in last place, blue team is not giving up.
Yes!
Is he holding the bow right? Because I'm not. I would hold it with my left, shoot with my right. He's holding it like this. I feel like even then, wouldn't you be here, not here? He should pivot it because you want the arrow to basically be where your eye is.
Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go!
Maybe he's a lefty. That's what I said, asshole.
Can't believe it, but green team is now tied with purple.
But be careful, you got it!
Oh no, he dropped the run!
Focus, focus, be accurate, be accurate. Come on, come on. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Let's go!
I feel like they're making this bridge part or this ladder part seem a lot harder than it really is. I mean, it's like they're not like building a Lego set. Like they're literally just placing boards on ladder pegs. Like this, it's wet. Okay.
Let's go.
Come on,
let's go.
Let's go, let's go!
Oh, green might be first.
Push it, push it!
Yo, look how cold it is. Oh my God. Dude, are they filming this in the dead of winter in like North Carolina? I didn't, because I know he has like a whole compound where he films videos. I didn't think that they would be doing that here. Oh my God, it's actually like 30 degrees outside.
Second one! One spot remains! One spot remains!
Go now! Hurry, hurry! We gotta get with third! Yes!
The best team captain ever!
Yo, they didn't even shoot her down.
You now have a 1 in 12 chance of winning that $250,000.
Number 7 right here. We couldn't do it without him.
Blue, I'm sorry. You can put the bow down. You've been eliminated.
So now, there's 2 teams over there that did not make it. This part sucks. This part is not fun to watch.
Come here, girl. Come here. You're okay. Look, you made it. You were the top 4 girl. Did you hear that? You were 4th and you are 8 years old.
Bad draft. Bad draft. What could I say? Hey, you got a first-round pick. He ended up being a one season guy. Ended up getting put on the practice squad, and then he got dropped. You know, it's just bad draft.
And you were 4th place, girl.
Sadly, these 2 teams were eliminated. They played very well. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
We still our song. You're welcome.
The other 12 of you, follow me to the next game. Take off your blindfolds. You are now on a soccer field floating in the sky. I need the 6-year-old to step forward. Yes. You're gonna pick one of these contestants to compete against, and then you're gonna choose, do you wanna be the goalie or the penalty kicker?
Oh my God, yo. I would never lose this. I would never lose this. Oh my God. Who's that one guy where he gets hit in the face with the ball every time in like volleyball and soccer? That would be me, dude. You could break my face, I am literally, what is his name, Scott something? Scott Sterling. I'm Scott Sterling in this. I am diving for the ball.
The penalty kicker scores, the kicker moves on. But if the goalie stops the ball, the goalie moves on instead. See that
They get one shot?
$250,000 over there?
Yeah.
They get one shot?
If you won it, what do you think you'd buy?
Just stuff for other people.
Really? Aw. Are you guys gonna get her out if she picks you?
Yes, I would get her out.
Parents, the cost of becoming Jinxie.
This was the exact moment Jinxie became the most subscribed streamer on Twitch.
Now listen, if you don't know who he is,
Bro, you gotta look at this real quick. This doesn't even look real. This looks f***ing edited. I mean, like, talk about Elon Musk versus average American. 1 million subs, 73,000. And that's still insane. 73,000 subs is huge. Queso's like one of the biggest streamers, one of the biggest YouTubers in the world as well right now. 1 million subs. I know it's from the subathon, but god damn, dude. What does Jinxie have right now? Like 50K?
You better find out why he's so popular, man.
It seemed like Jinxie came out of nowhere. Like he snapped his fingers and all of a sudden, he was the new king of Twitch. For most people, this is a dream come true. To wake up, play video games.
No, I think the dream come true is to be like a top 500, top 1,000 streamer, but like you're in your niche community. Honestly, bro, I think what I would say the ideal is well, I mean, I really love my job and I love my audience, but I'm not saying the ideal because I feel like that's self-glaze. I'm going to go the ideal Summit 1G. Bro hops on the game. His chat has been watching. His chat's like 35. They've been watching him for 10 years. And he just plays fucking whatever game for 15 hours and hops off. But he doesn't cross-post much. Like, he just games and then gets off. He's never been... I mean, early streaming, he was probably, like, one of the biggest guys. But, like, he's always maintained crazy relevancy. But he's never, like, you know, spiked or dipped. He's always been, like, 10K viewers, 10K viewers, 10K viewers, 10K viewers. And it's just, like, held him consistently. You know, like, he has, like, the reliability of, like, a 9 to 5 in terms of, like, income. But he doesn't deal with, like, the spikes or the downsides. I do social media. Right, but I would never want to be on the top. Being on... yeah, literally. Yo, literally the same shit. Literally the same shit. I don't even know when I talked about this. The top is a curse.
But what?
Bro, it is. It is. It is. I will have that take, bro. Literally. If you look at the fucking top Twitch streamers, bro, they get the most hate. They get the most hate if you know them. Like, I'm going to go to English streamers because I know English streamers more. Bro, Kai, I feel like Queso's an anomaly, okay? Let's rule him out. I feel like does Queso get hate? He does. I know he does. Everybody gets hate. But I feel like Queso has a very high ratio of positivity versus negativity, but I think he still does get hate. But I think his audience is like, you know, I think his audience would die for him, if that makes sense. I think I'm going to say parasociality, but I think the loyalty behind Queso's fan base is like very, like ride or die type shit. Like, somebody shits on Queso, they're going to immediately like attack them, which I think is bad to a degree, but also like, goddamn, you know, he like people rep Queso. But anyways, as I was saying, Kai gets a lot of hate. Jinxie, Hassan, Jason, I don't know who Christina is, Ron, Adapt. These are also subs. It's not like the top channels necessarily on like performance. Let me actually go to English channels and then personality. But like, dude, literally all these people get like the most hate. And, you know, for varying reasons. But I feel like when you're at the top, it's like you make yourself a target in that sense.
What we don't see in this moment is what it took to get here. Because success like this doesn't come free. It comes with a cost. And for Jinxie, that cost was higher than most people could ever imagine.
639 hours streamed to an average viewership of 2. That's Jinxie, man.
While his friends were out living their college.
God damn, bro. He streamed 600 hours to 2 people. That's fucking dedication, bro. 600 hours to no one. Literally 2 people, bro. That's like your mom, your dad. Nightbot and a random friend.
College years, Jinxie was alone, night after night, sitting in front of a camera, streaming to almost no one.
Because it's not about the hours that they know about. It's about what you do in the dark room when it's you and your thoughts.
For years.
Okay, no, that was actually like hard, but I didn't expect Jinxie to say some like motivational ass shit like that. I feel like that's something I would hear in like a gym motivation clip, like a montage I'd listen to when I was like working out when I was 14. It's not how hard you get hit. It's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward.
So low, they didn't even register. 5 viewers, 10 viewers. It was a dream no one else could see.
Every great thing that you will ever achieve is brick by brick, day by day, night by night.
But the real question is, what exactly did he give up to reach number 1?
His fucking life?
Nicholas Stewart, or as we know him
today. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Jinxie streams all day, bro. What? Look at that motherfucker's hours. Like, comparable to anybody else, dude, it's insane. I stream averagely like 100 to 120 hours a month. Like, this is my stream stats, right? Like, I stream 100 to 120 hours a month. Queso streams around like 96. I think Queso streams 4 hours, hard cuts it off. Bro, average hours streamed a month for Jinxie is in the 200s. Yeah, it's been a little less over the summer. But like, bro, 263, 261. What is that per day? 263 minus or divided by 3. That's 8.7 hours a day every day in a month, right? So like if you're counting, if you're like removing like weekends, I mean, he streams, I don't think he takes days off. At least often, right? Like this is over the last, what, like 3 weeks? 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So over the last 15 days, he hasn't taken a day off. Which, like, yeah, it's streaming, but, like, oh, he's actually been streaming a little less recently. I think that's good for him, bro. That's, like, a mental health thing, bro. I think streaming over, I will have the take that streaming over, I think Ron says the same thing at times, but I think Ron also streams a lot. Streaming over, like, 5 hours a day, every day, is unneeded. Like, unless you're first and foremost a streamer, there's no point in streaming, like, 12-hour days. Like, it makes sense for people like XQC or like Train or guys that kind of like live on Twitch. But if you are basically like spreading your wings across all social media platforms, streaming like 9 to 15-hour days is just insane. Like, why?
He wasn't chasing streamer awards. His first love was actually soccer. He played competitively for a local team called Everton FC in Florida.
Yeah, so did I. I played for the Purple Fighters.
And for a while, that was his entire world outside of school. As the mid-2010s rolled around, soccer wasn't his only obsession anymore. Like countless teenagers, he was sinking deeper into the world of video games. It started with the mobile game Clash Royale. Nick grinded his way up the ranks, even competing at the semi-pro level under the name...
Oh my god, Nick. Jinxie's name is Nick. I always... Yo... Isn't it so weird when you hear the real name of somebody with like a show name? Nicholas. Do you think he hates being called that? Should I just text him Nicholas? What's up, Nick? He'd be like, bro, what? What's your real name? Oh, I don't know. Joe Bartolozzi. What's my real name? Oh, it's actually John. No. But that's like the screen name for certain streamers gets just so ingrained. It's like, I know his real legal name isn't Jinxie, but I'm like, I never think of anything but like, oh, this guy's Jinxie.
It's no one Nick. But by his junior year, the focus had once again shifted. He wanted to stream, so he created a new account, called it I Sweat Games. And for the first time, he hit go live on Twitch.
His first username was I Sweat Games.
Alright, what's up, guys?
Who the fuck? How did he find his first stream? Now that's mad weird. Now that's mad weird. How did he find his first stream? That doesn't even exist anymore. What do you mean? Bro, this is from like 8 years ago. So, yeah, where was this VOD? Like, he saved this and posted it or something?
Let's go.
And the timing of this move was perfect, because 2018 was the year live streaming exploded into the mainstream. Fortnite was everywhere, pulling in millions of players and casual viewers. Streamers like Ninja, Tfue, and Daquan were becoming household names.
Nah, best year to get into streaming was 2020. 2020 to 2021, bro. That was like COVID. Nobody had anything to do, and I think small streamers had their peak then. Like, most people that streamed during 2020, if you look at their Twitch tracker, they had the most viewers they ever had in 2020 to 2021. Because that was when, like, everybody was just watching, like, anyone. Now, I think it's been, like, really split to where, like, the highest streamers get the most viewers because people don't want to just, like, stream bounce a lot, but you had nothing else to do for, like, 10 hours a day, so
Ninja's
you'd watch 20 viewer streamers.
collabs with Drake, Travis Scott, and Juju Smith-Schuster made headlines outside of the gaming world, putting Twitch in front of audiences who had never watched a live stream.
When did Ninja do the floss on New Year's Eve? I didn't see that live. I only saw clips of it, and I'm kind of upset about it because I don't watch the ball drop.
And that sudden surge of attention created space for new creators to break through. Now, I Sweat Games was short-lived. Nick dropped that username and started fresh as Jinxie, but starting then gave him a chance to grow with the platform. He just had to follow the usual playbook.
Do you go to school? I graduated high school last year, bro. I'm pursuing a career and becoming a full-time Twitch streamer and YouTuber.
To become
See, bro, I feel so split on when people say that. Because, like, most people would probably be like, bro, you're corny, you know? And I feel like he probably got that hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he had just graduated high school and he was streaming to no people and they'd be like, what do you do? Like, you're like 18, bro. You just got out of college, or not college, high school. Like, are you going to go to college? Are you going to try to go to, no, I'm going to be a Twitch streamer. Most people would be like, bro, figure it out, you know? I even got that shit at times, but I'm like, I think that's good to be that pursuant of your dreams, but I feel like Jinxie is also, I don't want to say don't do that because obviously it worked for him and I think it could work for anybody, but I think you should always have a backup. You know what I mean? Like, my take, whenever I hear somebody that's like, yeah, dude, just quit my job. I'm going to start up stream, making my account today. Huh? Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to pay rent next month. Maybe I'll fucking spark up some viewers. Huh? Quitting your job you've never even streamed before? Like, that's crazy. I think, like, you kind of want to, like, slowly pick up one, drop the other, and then transition to social media. I think he's also in a different position where he had, like, a year to try this out. But, you know, I always get worried for people because I don't want them to, like, not make it and then be in a slump. But then it's also, like, you know, I think putting all your eggs in one basket can go really good or really bad.
A top 1% streamer on Twitch, you really had to chase the biggest titles. And at that time, that game was Fortnite.
It's called Fortnite. It's free.
A new season rolled out. You had to be the first to show the viewers what was new. Be the first to find the bugs, the Easter eggs, to play the games in ways no one else was. And that's how you'd stand out.
Yo, we need that, my man. Hold on, chat. We need that.
But first, a quick word from our sponsor.
I'm going to have the take that I think being a personality on Twitch was easier in like 2018 than it is now. I think the competitive space now is a lot harder. There's more viewers to go around, which is an understandable counterpoint. But I think a lot of big streamers then played one game. It was rare. I think most streamers now are variety streamers. Most big streamers. They do a lot of shit. They play games. They do regular content. They plan things. It's like, even somebody like Queso, who just plays video games most of the time, is playing so many different games. Like, it was so common in 2018 for like 85% of the streamers you watch to either play only Call of Duty, only Apex, only Fortnite, only fucking Overwatch, only League of Legends, only whatever. Like, they never did anything else. It was just gamers, and they only played one game. And that's what you watch them for. Vanoss, YouTuber.
During today's video, and let's get back to it. But when Jinxie was faced with this playbook, he ignored it. Instead, he went all in on Rainbow Six Siege.
Dude, Siege is the greatest game on planet Earth.
Siege at the time was practically on life support. I mean, Rainbow Six was barely scraping past 80,000 average viewers on a good month. And when you compare it to Fortnite's 78.3 million active users each month, it becomes pretty clear. Siege was the wrong game to bet on.
Imagine not playing Rainbow Six Siege.
And yet, Jinxie stuck with it, because even with all its flaws, Siege was different.
My bet was on Knockout City when I started streaming. That didn't go as planned. That game doesn't exist anymore.
Strategize in ways that no other mainstream game did. But choosing such an unpopular game came at a price.
I'm 19, I'm pursuing a career in becoming a full-time Twitch streamer, full-time YouTuber.
By ignoring the industry's biggest titles, Jinxie made his uphill battle even steeper. On a platform already stacked against smaller streamers, he was cutting himself off from the easiest route to visibility, and
I highly disagree. Highly disagree. I think him going into Rainbow Six was an odd choice for sure. But trying to get into streaming and getting into streaming in the most popular gaming category is a hit or miss because you're entering the most competitive space. Jinxie entering Rainbow as early as he did enabled him to climb better in that category, right? So if people liked Rainbow, they would like Jinxie. If you like Fortnite, you would watch Ninja or Tfue or like any other, famous streamer of that game at that time
seemed to care about.
We stream every day, most consistent Siege streamer there is, every single day.
For a year straight, Jinxie streamed Rainbow Six gameplay to an average viewership of just 5. And at times, it pushed him to the brink.
If I could just get 1 follower a day, I would be happy.
With so few people watching and stagnant growth, he seriously considered walking away from streaming altogether.
My friends, my teachers, guidance counselor just said like, oh, you're wasting your time. You're not going to be a streamer. It's a...
Yeah, and then you go up to them and you fucking hit a fat money spread up the arm. Jinxie makes what his teachers make that were making fun of him in 8 hours. In what they make in a year. Like, their yearly salary, Jinxie's making in less than a day. And those motherfuckers are clowning on him. Like, I think that's a different thing. Teachers, I think, should be obviously directive in a sense of, like, hey, I think this is how I can help you best. But I think, like, punching down people's dreams as a teacher is, like, the wackest thing you could do.
Not realistic, that too.
As exhausting as it was, he kept streaming, day after day, doing what he genuinely enjoyed, holding on to the belief that maybe one day it would pay off.
5 viewers, he's grinding. He's on the grind.
As he got better at the game, the Siege community began to tune in. Slowly, 5 average viewers turned into 15. 15 became 50.
You guys are freaking crazy, bro.
And by June, his Twitch following had jumped from just 300 to over 3,000 followers.
Bro, we're at 993 viewers. Can we hit 1,000 viewers, bro?
But in the summer of 2021, he hit a wall, 1,500 average viewers. The reach of Rainbow Six had hit its limit.
Yeah, he hit a wall, but I think he did hit that wall because Rainbow at its time wasn't that popular. But even then, that's not a bad wall to hit, right? Like, you could be a full-time streamer on 1,500 viewers. There's so many, half of the guys I stream with, bro, like, I think, like, Puffer and Pezzy and a lot of those guys, they average around, like, 2-3K. I think Pezzy's around, like, 1,500. You could rip that. Hello, everybody bloody you. Brooks did my makeup in, like, 10 minutes. I am supposed to be a dead possum. That is my Halloween outfit for this stream. What are we rating the fit? I'm probably going to sweat my fucking ass off in this shit. They also give me these little, like, claws. Rawr. It's so hot. Okay. We're about to hop into the short horror films, but I do want to watch this Papa Meat video first. Most haunted places in the world.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Tune in, sit on down, because today we're going to be talking about the most haunted places in the entire world.
How do they determine what's haunted and not? Like, what level of haunted something is? Is that just off of personal accounts? Like 100 people said they got, mauled by a ghost in here. So that means it's more haunted than somewhere else. The number of ghosts. Yeah, no shit. But it's like, that has to be off of personal accounts. From the Phasmophobia EMF reader. Oh, really? They just go into each place. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, yeah, no, that's really fucking haunted. All right. That's number one for sure.
We've done America. There might be more things to talk about in America because they are a part of the world.
I would get that. Without explanation, I would understand you saying the Paris catacombs are the most haunted area in the world because there's actually 3 million dead bodies down there. That makes sense to me. You walk in the Paris catacombs, the walls are human bones. So I understand you going, yeah, this place is probably pretty fucking haunted. But then some random shore house in Delaware, it's like, yeah, this place, somebody died here, in the 1800s. This place is really fucking haunted. Like, I need to hear some shit where it's like, this place is so haunted, anytime anybody enters this area, they die.
But today we're going worldwide, baby, because October is the scariest time of the year. And what better way to get into Halloween spirit than exploring some of the strangest and most terrifying places?
Also self-explanatory, understandable. I'm asking a kind of stupid question now. I think I answered that shit myself by just pressing play on the video. Yes, there's no, analytical difference between the two places that are less or more haunted than one or the other. But I would much rather stay in this, whatever this fucking room is for a night, than, a house.
The strangest and most terrifying places known to man. In the past, we've explored the scariest places across the United States, but now it's time to branch out and discover what the rest of the world has to offer, which no one is as old as the United States, so I doubt it's anything. From the cold and mysterious castles found in Europe to the haunted temples in Asia to the cursed tombs of Africa, there truly isn't anywhere on the planet that the dead...
Understanding a tomb being cursed. Awakening, basically digging up a dead body, probably not a great play. I would understand somebody saying that's haunted.
Don't inhabit. The ghosts, they go everywhere.
Even underground?
They might be underground. So get ready as we cover some insane or unique haunts that are sure to cause a scare. The first stop on our journey takes us across the pond over to the UK, where one of the most haunted places in the world is set to reside. Though you wouldn't think.
Oh my god, the most haunted place in the world in the UK is just a Tesco. Oh, well, actually, the most haunted place in the world is actually on 5th Street. It's an old pizzeria, one of the first in the UK.
Think at first glance, the Tower of London has terrorized people for centuries.
Bro, I re-looked at my 23andMe results, and they changed my shit. I'm 42% English. I was 42% French and German, 30% Italian, 10% British, 10% Ashkenazi Jew. Now, I'm 37%. I'm 37% English, 37% Italian, 10% or 20% German. You're Jewish? I'm percentage Jewish. I have a lineage of Ashkenazi Jewish people in my family. Dude, they changed my results. So 30% of my ancestry is from fucking the UK. How upsetting. No, I'm kidding. Have you ever left money in your Cash App account wishing you could spend it directly from the account rather than having to transfer it? Well, the Cash App debit card is for you. The Cash App debit card, customizable, by the way, has 0 hidden fees, no monthly charges, or minimum balance requirements. The Cash App debit card also gives you exclusive discounts on everyday things that you buy: coffee, video games, food delivery, and more. If you're a fan of concerts and music, you also get exclusive pre-sale access to many of your favorite artists, including Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Sabrina Carpenter, Drake, and more. For a limited time only, new Cash App customers over the age of 18 can earn $10 if they use code CASH10 in their profile at sign up, as well as send $5 to a friend or more in the first 14 days. If you're 13 to 17, request a parent or guardian sponsored account and use promo code CASH10 at sign up and get $10 dropped into your account when you order and activate a Cash App card, and send $5 or more to a friend within the first 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App, thank you for sponsoring this video. Let's get back into it.
Built in 1078. What?
It's old.
God damn.
What was built in 1078? The haunted castle? Oh, no, that looks haunted. Any, old king's castle made of stone, and it's cold, and there's, a weird breeze that bustles through the windows at night, that's haunted, for sure. Fine.
God damn, give the motherfucker facelift. Have they touched it since then? Surely they had. Okay. The Tower of London has housed both royalty and some of the most...
Last refurbished in 2025. I was bored one day, and I was looking at castles you could stay in the UK and Europe in general, And what really upset me was all of the castles on the inside were like modern day homes. I don't know what part of me thought that Airbnb would let you list a castle with like a fucking stone bed or like I truly thought the inside of a castle, like if I rented a castle out, I didn't think the inside would be like heat insulated. I thought it would be like stone walls. You walk on the inside, it's just stone. It's a castle. You're staying in a castle because that's what I would want personally. If I rented out a castle to stay in a castle, I don't want the inside of the castle to feel like I'm in a fucking New York City high-rise apartment. I want to feel like I'm in the 12th century and and there's no AC and there's kind of like rats or bugs that kind of crawl in at night. I want the authentic experience.
The Tower of London has housed both royalty and some of the most notorious criminals in the UK's history. The 18-acre half prison, half palace is situated on the River Thames in central London and was a functioning prison up until 1952, when it closed its doors and reopened as a tourist attraction. I don't really know if I like the idea of I'm royalty and I live here. Also, there's prisoners in the same building as me.
That seems unsafe. Maybe they enjoyed having prisoners.
Yeah. Royalty's white noise for sleeping wasn't just like monkeys and jungle music. It was like, and like
literal prisoners screaming. They're getting tortured by the rats. Dude, they had that in the underside of castles. They would just like chain you to a wall with a bunch of rats. And eventually you would just starve to death slowly, and then they would eat you alive. So you're falling asleep. You know, you're king blank and blank from the 10th century. Me. Ah! Ah! Please! I didn't mean it! And that's just like in the background. I mean, you know, I don't know how well sound travels through stone, but I would assume you'd probably hear some of it.
Many of the royal residents who ruled over the UK had received exotic animals as gifts and stored them in that tower. This ranged from monkeys to lions, and in one instance, a polar bear. And in 1250...
Damn, dude, getting gifted a polar bear. In the UK, where was the nearest polar bear to the UK in the year 1200? Like the Nordic regions? That's badass. I'm wondering how they transported that. How do you capture a polar bear in the year 1200? Before you had, like, knockout darts, how the fuck did you trap an alive polar bear? A wooden box. What, like some Looney Tunes cartoon, you lure it and just go, huh, and then the box falls on top of it? I'm saying, no, I'm not worried about how you transport it. No shit, yeah, you put it on the back of a horse carriage and fucking pull it. How do you get the bear in there without killing it? Let me bang that. Box traps, they were lured into a large box trap, like with bait. So it literally was like what you would do with like modern day like gophers or raccoons.
Received a white bear from the King of Norway and housed it in the Tower of London Menagerie, where it lived out its days swimming in the river and eating fish. I still don't think that's probably a good time for it. a big white bear, he play in the grey water, eat our trash fish in the grey water. Now he turns into a black bear. He used to be white. It was grey. However, several witnesses claim to have seen a ghostly white bear wandering the complex.
Okay, bro, the soul. I thought you were going to say this shit was haunted because of the fucking, like, scary things that happened in it. They have a tower in London where people claim to see the dead polar bear from the year 1200.
Whoa, haunted bear.
I really didn't even think about animals haunting.
I didn't know they could haunt.
I thought animals didn't have souls.
Maybe this bear was reincarnated, or the person was reincarnated into a bear, and then, died, and now it's ghost haunts.
Would you rather be haunted by a bear or a man?
I feel like a bear.
I'd rather be haunted by a bear for sure. Because it's still going to have the mind of a bear. So, what's it going to do? You're going to get jump scared every once in a while. After some point, it's probably going to start liking you, you know? I'd be like, bro, chill out.
In 1816, a night guard heard strange sounds coming from the jewel room and decided to investigate. He definitely wasn't stealing. Did you guys hear that? When he opened the door, he saw a large white bear standing in the darkness. What the fuck was the bear doing there? Shocked by this, he thrust his bayonet at the beast, only for it to pass through and stab the wall behind it. Oh. The guard was later found in a state of shock and taken to the guard's barracks, where he was inspected. The head guard found no signs of intoxication, all while the guard was silently mumbling about what he had seen.
See, bro, do you think the guard knew about the bear previously? Because I will say that is very weird. If the guard had known about the story, I would assume he was seeing things. But if the guard had no clue and just happened to see a white polar bear in a UK castle...
What do you think it really was? He obviously went in there to steal jewels.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a large fat man?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, and then you mistake it for a bear. The guy comes up later, he's like looking at him in the hospital room. What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Not long after the incident, the guard went completely insane and died from shock. I bet you that was probably...
What? What? Right after he fucking went insane and died? I thought it was going to be like, oh, he just moved on, retired from it because it freaked him out. He fucking lost his mind and died. I feel like he already had to be insane. You got to think, bro, what is the psychiatrist, the psychological examiner in the year 1800? So what do you see, my boy? There was a polar bear. I tried to thrust my sword into it, but it disappeared. And what would you say your mental condition is? I'm perfectly sane. Everybody's always been saying I've been crazy since I was a young lad, but I've always seen these polar bears, and every time I try to stab them, they disappear. I think he's okay. I think he might be okay. I think this place might actually be haunted. Nothing might be wrong with him.
Around the same time, Edmund Linthal Swift, who would find the frightened guardsman, also had a scare of his own. One night, Edmund brought his family to Anne Boleyn's room in the Martin Tower, where she had been held before her execution. And after closing all the blinds and locking the doors, the family saw a pill-shaped apparition form in the middle of the room. A pale white phantom traveled to each person, sitting at the table in the middle of the room before stopping above Edmund's wife. Before she could move, the pill shot down onto her shoulder, forcing her to crouch in pain and yell, "Ow!"
Shot down onto her shoulder, just rips her fucking right arm off. Oh my god! Oh my god! Just say what? Like a guy from that era in time trying to react to that.
Christ, it has seized me!
As soon as she yelled, Edmund grabbed a chair and threw it at his wife.
Threw it at his wife, knocks her out cold.
She's like, I think I have shoulder pain, causing the ghost to disappear. Oh my.
I don't know. This kind of seems like a spousal abuse story that's kind of clouded in a... I swear I didn't just throw a chair at her. There was a ghost! A pill-shaped ghost! It's Anne Boleyn's room! She was about to get executed. I had to throw the chair at her.
To this day, it is known as the Phantom Lava Lamp and is said to haunt that very room. I don't like that. That scares me. I also don't, you know what it is?
I feel like it doesn't scare me. I feel like it being a weird orb of energy would be less scary than like a figurine. If I was in that room and I saw like a fucking Matrix pill of white light just morphing around, I'd be like, I don't think I would be scared. I'd be more intrigued, no? That would be something you'd investigate. Like, if you were in the woods at night and you saw, like, an apparition of a man walking around, your ass is beelining it the opposite direction. But if I saw an orb of white light... Can we stop with that shit? What do you mean? Stop. Can we... If I saw an orb of white light, bro, I would be like... Oh, let me go check that out. Oh, the lava lamp is the orb? What are y'all doing if it just started floating? It floats towards me to my right shoulder, just fucking cuts it clean off. I go, oh! Oh!
King Henry VIII is responsible for many of the ghosts found at the tower, so it's no surprise to see him lurking around. In 1890, a sentry guard was doing his round when he heard someone call his name, where he turned around and he saw a bloated face of King Henry. He claimed that Henry's face was
King Henry's bloated face? Oh, well, you know, actually, the system many people use in the United States for measurement is off of my own foot. It may have been overestimated slightly to make my feet seem quite bigger because, you know, a lot of people relate feet to another part of the human body, but nevertheless, it is based off of myself.
deep red and drooling at the mouth. After calling his name, the spirit chased the guard down the hallway before it soon disappeared. Anne Boleyn was the second wife of King Henry and was charged with incest and adultery after...
Anne Boleyn, I've heard her name before, but I didn't know who she was. She was executed as King Henry's wife. It wasn't that like a get around for him because he wanted to keep remarrying or something? Isn't that why he also started another church of his own? That's King Henry, right? King Henry, like, kept wanting to get annulments, and eventually the priests were like, hey, man, you can't keep just divorcing your wives. You can't, that's a no-go. And he's like, oh, really? Well, I'll just start my own thing, innit? And then that's what he did.
She was beheaded for her crimes and has been seen walking around with her head in her hands. Just down the road from the Tower of London is the world's most haunted pub called...
Her head in her hands? She was walking with her head in her hands, or her hands holding her head?
Haunted pub called the Grenadier. It was built in the 1720s as a barracks for soldiers, and it wasn't until a century later that the building was converted into a bar. And shortly after it was converted, a soldier named Cedric was beaten to death in the basement after getting caught cheating during a card game.
They beat him to death for cheating in a fucking card game.
Fair. It's just so funny back in the day, like, he cheated at this game. All right, let's kill him.
Do you think he was just doing really good
And they just claimed that he was cheating? Oh my god. No, they were all playing like poker together and he just kept getting pocket aces. He must be cheating. I swear it's just a crazy stroke of luck, guys. You gotta believe me. Why don't we take him downstairs? Show him the real one too, innit? We'll show him what a real ace of spades is. And then they just beat him to death.
I have a sneaking suspicion he's like, I hate to say it, but it's a full house again. All right, boys. You know what I mean? Like, since then, it is said that his spirit haunts the pub and torments guests. On more than one occasion, people have witnessed a cigarette being smoked by itself. And one person even claimed...
That's freaky. Like, literally just a cigarette standing in the... It's just, like, floating in the corner.
...claimed to have been burned by an invisible cigarette, which is kind of fun. I like this because he's a ghost and he's smoking real cigarettes. And then he is also like, you know what? You know what? Fuck you. Put that in your neck.
Yeah, also, I like how that is definitely just some guy, other soldiers fucking with each other. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just flicking. Yeah.
Oh, just burning each other and then saying it was a ghost.
People are probably so gullible, too. They're like, I got burned by a ghost. Instead of, like, looking around and being like, did you burn me? I bet you that...
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a pub. Everybody's drunk. You already know the story about the guy that got beat to death, and then you're just smoking a cigarette. You go around your friend's neck and just go, tss. Oh! Was that you? No, it wasn't. Oh, my God. I swear I just got burned by a cigarette. Was it floating? So it's just like a bit. And then everybody falls for it.
Other patrons have claimed to have seen a spectral soldier in mirrors and photos taken in the bar. Cedric is also known to create cold spots, rearrange furniture, and cause people to feel depressed.
Bro, I hate the idea of a cold spot. You're under the AC vent. You're under the AC vent. That's what it is. Ah. Oh my God, it's getting a bit chilly in here. Oh. We don't have AC in the UK nor vents? Huh? There's no AC. What? We don't have AC. Let me bing that. Fewer than 5% of homes have AC in the UK. What? Most UK homes are designed to retain heat and people rely on fans or AC units to cool down. bro, it doesn't get hot as shit. You guys don't have, do you have heating units? Like, is there heaters? The climate's different, bro. But I never thought the UK doesn't have AC. Most homes have a central heating system, but not AC. Oh my God. How hot do the homes get? How hot are the homes in the UK in the summer? They average 14 to 28 degrees Celsius. Brother, freedom units, please. That's 57. What's 28? To 82? 82? Oh my God. I gotta ask Small Fries about this next time I stream with him. 82? Brother, in the summer, if it was 82 degrees, oh my God. Yeah, but you have fans. So maybe, but like, bro, that's crazy. So maybe the cold spot thing isn't fake.
Of being watched. These are all extremely common things, I feel like, in a bar. Oh, I kind of feel a bit sad. So they're chugging on beer the whole night. Oh my God. Who's watching me?
Yeah, it's a packed room.
Yeah. Are you looking at me? I feel like I'm being watched. Also, like, probably, like, just smell like shit. Just a total slosh. People are looking at me, ain't they? To appease the angry soldier customers, people stick money into the ceiling to cover his tab so he can continue his drink in the afterlife, which is kind of fun. See, I like little bits like that.
That is fun. That's really fun. Sticking $1, sticking a $5 to the fucking ceiling.
Yeah.
Every time I go,
write a little message. I love bars that do that. Those are my favorite types of bars. Dive bars that have, like, the fake IDs just fucking stapled to the ceiling. All the fake IDs they confiscated stapled to the ceiling, and then there's dollar bills lining the bar that are just, like, fucking nailed to the wall. Bro, those are the best. And there's graffiti on the mirror, so you can't even look at yourself in the bathroom.
The next stop on our journey takes us south to the Mediterranean, where the most haunted island in the world is located. Poveglia.
I think that's...
Bro, I feel like we watched a vlog of somebody go here. But isn't this like an asylum where they killed people? Like, that's a hard pivot from a bar where one guy died.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Poveglia is a small island located in northern Italy and is home to a former plague hospital.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, how much would somebody have to pay you for you to be alone here at night? You get a sleeping bag. That's it. You got to sleep in this room. Like right in the middle of the floor.
People have been living on the island since the 400s, but it wasn't until the 1500s that it became a quarantine zone for the plague. After the plague ended, the area was abandoned until 1922 when it was repurposed as a psychiatric ward. Today, it sits abandoned and barred from the public for 60 years after the ward closed in 1968. Now, it is a hotspot for ghost hunters who get special permission to investigate there. And what makes this place so haunted is the mass graves that house thousands of plague victims all across the island. Many who have set foot on the property claim that it is 50% dirt and 50% human ash.
That's a lot of ash.
That's a lot of ash. Locals call it the Island of Ghosts because of how many spirits have been spotted. The most well-known specter is that of a mad doctor who jumped to his death.
Bro, you know the most fucked thing I saw the other day was in... I would love to go... Like, I love going to museums. I love going to, like, historical sites. I was watching this TikTok of somebody that went to Auschwitz, and they took a picture in, like, the gas chamber, and you could literally see the nail scratchings of people trying to, like, claw their way out. Like, and it's still exactly the same. Like, it's unchanged from that time. Like, that's fucking horrifying.
Because of how many spirits have been spotted.
Like, that shit being haunted, I would understand if somebody tried to claim that, too. Like, stuff like this, where it's like, yeah, hundreds of people died and then they burned their bodies.
The most well-known specter is that of a mad doctor who jumped to his death in the bell tower. During his tenure at the psych ward, he performed hundreds of lobotomies that left people debilitated and in severe pain. Shortly after his death, ghost hunters claim to have contacted the doctor and sometimes see him roaming the halls. And in 2000,
well, like, he's the evil spirit mainly that's there. And he's, like, stuck because he was killing people. Dude, do you think the doctors in that time actually thought lobotomies were good? Because I understand medicine was at a different rate or, like, different point. But, bro, that was, like, 100 years ago. People were given lobotomies. And I understand the medical, experience was less. But you're a doctor and you're shoving an ice pick in the top of somebody's eyeball and you're cutting a part of their brain to make them more happy, and then you pull it out and you instantly see like the fucking part of their consciousness just leave because you effectively just gave them brain damage, like irreversible brain damage. That, or like, what if you fuck up the lobotomy? Because that's had to have happened too. Where Teletubbies, the sun woke up. Theory by Alex Bale. We've watched some of his other ones about SpongeBob. But this one is an in-depth conspiracy theory about the Teletubbies, the childhood show that many of us grew up watching. Can I say the Teletubbies I had a love-hate relationship with when I was a kid? Because there's certain aspects where it's like the baby as the sun is just like clearly a kid's show, but a lot of the show's really fucking creepy, like uncanny almost. Kind of like they almost, I would say they live in like the back rooms, basically.
How will the world end? It's a question that's haunted humanity for as long as we can remember. Will it be from nuclear war, or AI taking over, or some kind of disease wiping us out?
But what if it's the Teletubby sun consuming the people of Earth? This is Alex Bale, and welcome back to another conspiracy theory.
Now, there have been many different works of...
Now, actually, if the world ends, I feel like it's going to be nuclear. Nuclear or AI, or a mix of the two. I feel like it would be both, honestly. At least in our lives. If it's not in our lives, I could see it just being like an asteroid hits Earth and kills everybody if we don't move to another planet first.
Fiction that explore all of these different possibilities. But what if I told you there is one piece of media out there that shows us a possibility that nobody has considered yet? And that's because it was hidden inside of a children's educational TV show. Teletubbies dares to ask a question that shows us the darkest, most horrifying fate for humanity.
What if the sun turning the sun turning conscious? Alex actually just bought a red Teletubby.
If the sun was a baby?
That's how the world's gonna end? Fan theory by Alex Bale. There's no way he made a 22-minute video about how the sun's a baby and that's how the world's gonna end. That's literally, bro, the sun's a baby. That's not even a conspiracy theory. The sun's just a baby in the show. That's what it is. Oh, see, why does he make it creepy? Jingly keys.
It's possible I went a little too far with this video. Teletubbies is essentially just jingly keys to distract babies. It's not like Blue's Clues or Magic School Bus where there is some semblance of a...
Yeah, they don't speak, right? The Teletubbies are like non-verbal alien creatures that just go like, and they make like weird noises. And they have like TV screens on their stomachs.
Plot or conflict. Teletubbies is just kind of nothing. There is no substance to this show, which is understandable because it was made for literally one-year-old babies.
Okay, that's a bit of a diss because I remember watching the show. So I remember watching Teletubbies, so I was definitely not one when I was watching this. I was maybe 5 or 6, but you know, okay, some of us mentally age at different rates, you know. Don't be rude.
I will now.
Wait, is this actually a Teletubby scene? That's all the character does. I don't remember anything about the show outside of them being really weird and living in like some fantasy backrooms.
I will now try and describe the plot of this show. Teletubbies are these weird-looking alien baby things.
I feel like it's like Tom and Jerry. Like they just get up to mischief and do weird things.
That live in a bunker in Teletubby land, and they just kind of...
Bunker! What else could a bunker be? Nuclear bomb bunker. Fallout, the Fallout game. Teletubbies, inspiration from that. They live in Guantanamo Bay.
Walk around doing nothing until a creepy speaker slowly comes out of the ground and tells them what to do.
speaker out of the ground. Actually a spyglass from a nuclear submarine. This is actually a floating planet that goes through the ocean at different rates. That's why the climate changes depending on where they are and why the sun rises so often, because they're going through different time zones, so they're seeing actually multiple sunrises in one day.
Time for Tubby bye-bye. Time for Tubby bye-bye.
And there is also this giant sun baby thing that is constantly watching and laughing at them. And there is also a windmill that sends videos to their stomachs of just some random kids also kind of doing nothing for like 5 minutes.
Playing on the beach.
Yo, low-key, Teletubbies is just interdimensional cable. The show makes no sense. But it's just like, it's brain rot. It's literally just brain rot.
And it is so boring and by far the worst part of this show. And then when they're finally done with it, they literally just watch the exact same video again.
Talk about filler. Holy fuck. Right now, what one sentence essay to fucking one paragraph where they watch the same clip twice?
Because all this show is trying to do is just waste time distracting babies with jingly keys for as long as humanly possible. And I have watched so much Teletubbies for this video, and I hate it. Also, there's a vacuum cleaner named Nunu that looks like he's constantly in pain.
Constantly in pain, bro. He looks like he's on fucking bath salts.
Nunu is my favorite character because I can relate to him. And look, I get it. This is a baby show, I am not the target audience, and hopefully neither are the people watching this video. There is clearly no actual lore or world building here for me to discuss.
Or is there?
Years ago, I even made another parody video of dark, edgy Teletubby theories.
Now why don't we watch a little bit of Teletubbies and see what we find? We see the show using overstimulating vibrant colors to mimic the psychedelic effects of LSD.
You know, that was...
He made a theory 10 fucking years ago about Teletubbies?
Just me making fun of losers who genuinely try to analyze this baby stuff. Anyways, here's my genuine analysis of Teletubbies. Despite everything I have just said, I do believe that there is a way to make sense of every weird random detail in this show. And it starts...
Well, the sun, somebody in chat said the sun is just the viewers watching, which makes sense. But like everything else, it's just like, is there a plot behind this? Or is this just directors trying to make visually appealing things for infants?
Every weird random detail in this show. And it starts by asking a very simple question. Where is Teletubby Land?
Over the hills and far away, Teletubbies come
Area 51
to play.
It looks like Earth with the...
There's an abundance of rabbits. There's an abundance of rabbits. Where are rabbits not supposed to be, but they multiply in insane amounts? Australia.
Nature and
New Zealand. Rabbits are in Australia. Or no, not rabbits. Well, rabbits are in Australia. Teletubbies are in Australia.
Rabbits, but we never actually see any humans. For all we know, this could be some distant alien planet or magical alternate dimension. But we know Teletubbies do have some kind of connection to humanity.
Because they have the same sun!
The weird speakers are constantly telling them to do human things, and they are constantly being sent videos of human children in the real world.
Hi, I'm Romy. Let's make some bagels.
And I feel
What? That's a plot of the show? What is this, an NBC News fucking flash segment? We're just talking, hey, this is Johnny's Bagel Shop. The Teletubbies are watching.
like the intro at the start of every episode does imply that Teletubby Land is on Earth somewhere.
Over the hills and far away.
Over the hills and far away. They are telling us where the show takes place in relation to us, the viewer. And to get there, we need to go over the hills that are in our way, as opposed to like going through space or a magical portal. Meaning Teletubby Land is likely on Earth.
But it's past the ice wall. The Teletubbies is proving that the Earth's flat. The Teletubbies is proving that the Earth's flat because it's over the hills. They're saying it's over the barrier that the government sets for us, and this is all government experiment, and they're trying to hide that from the fucking humans. The Teletubbies aren't actors. They're actual aliens being filmed.
This doesn't make sense, because Teletubby Land has a weird sentient baby-face sun, but in the human videos, we can see that they just have a regular normal sun with no face. So if they're both supposed to be on Earth, then why is the sun different? Well, maybe it's not a question of where Teletubby Land is, but when. What if Teletubbies takes place on Earth in the future sometime after the normal sun somehow grew a baby face? And if that—
Chills. Goosebumps going over my fucking arms right now. This is insane.
that sounds far-fetched, then take a closer look at these human videos. Now, in most kids' educational shows,
to remind them what humanity is because humans are extinct.
these types of segments are like Blue's Clues, where Steve gets sent mail from children who are fans of the show and say, "Hi Steve, I love Blue's Clues."
Look, it's a letter from our friends.
Hi, Steve. Let's go see my classroom.
But in all 485 episodes of both the original and—
Do you think the kids that were, like, previewed on Blue's Clues kind of, like, have that as a fun fact, a part of their life? I feel like that becomes a part of your personality. Like, you mentioned that. You mentioned that early in. You don't hide, like if you were a kid on Blue's Clues, yeah, that's an icebreaker. You're at a bar. You know, I was actually on Blue's Clues when I was a kid. I feel like everybody would be like, really? Tell me more.
2015 revival of Teletubbies, not once do the children ever acknowledge the fact that these videos are being sent to Teletubbies.
Hello, my name's Daniel. Hello, I'm Stephanie.
They never even say the word Teletubby, which feels like a very weird, deliberate choice. For all intents and purposes, these are just random videos of humanity that could have been made long before Teletubbies ever even existed. And this all gets a lot more interesting when we take a look at the most recent Netflix Teletubbies reboot from 2022.
Over the hills and...
There was a reboot. Netflix bought out Teletubbies to keep making the show.
Far away, Teletubbies come to play.
This reboot—
hard scene change in the new Netflix special. It just fucking teleports them to like a fucking nuclear war center.
It makes a couple very interesting changes to the show. One of them being to the human video segments.
Ew, why do they shake like that?
Human video segments.
Dipsy. Hi. Hi there. Hi.
Hold up, I'm getting a video segment on my stomach. What the fuck?
Instead of just a couple random kids out in the world, these videos now take place inside of a single reoccurring location with a woman named Julia.
A clone bunker! Because humanity's extinct and Julia's a fucking AI robot!
Who sings a song with a group of different children every episode.
You are a rocket, a super fast rocket, then run and touch a star.
And what's
Yo, fire whoever wrote that dumbass song. Are you fucking kidding me? No flow. What? Go and touch a star? What are you, a third grader? You can't come up with a better bar than that? This is a fucking Netflix show, dude. What type of budget? I feel like ChatGPT could come up with some better shit than that.
Then run and touch a star.
I go run and touch a star.
And what's immediately different about these videos is that for the first time ever in the 27 years of this show airing, there actually is a direct acknowledgement of Teletubbies from a human being. Julia's shirt clearly shows the 4 Teletubby heads, meaning these videos in particular are not from the past. They are being made explicitly for Teletubbies to watch, and the humans in these videos exist at the same time as the show, which obviously begs the question, what does the sun look like for these humans? Well, here's the strange thing about—
They never go outside. Dun, dun. because the radiation turned the humans into Teletubbies, and they're not aliens. They're just deformed humans over years and years of nuclear warfare that ended the fucking human civilization, but other people started morphing and evolving into other non-human creatures, and now they're trying to remind themselves what their past was like. And so the real humans actually live underground because they weren't affected by the radiation. And then the sun, I still can't explain the sun. The baby has the conscious sun.
Videos. We never get to see the sun. In fact, the kids in these videos never actually go outside, which is very strange when you compare that to the years worth of previous human videos that are almost always outside. There does seem to be windows, but unlike the windows we see in previous videos or even in Teletubby Land, these are weirdly opaque, never actually showing us the outside world. The best we get is this obviously fake depiction of the sky on the ceiling. For some reason, these videos feel completely cut off from the outside world. Where are these people? Hang on a second. What if over the hills doesn't mean Teletubby Land is behind hills? What if Teletubby Land is literally over the hills, as in on top of them, and this room is somewhere deep underground?
Am I a genius? I mean, you know, I'm really putting 2 and 2 together here, Alex. I think me and you are on the same wavelength. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, you know. And I think I'm really locked in on this theory.
Completely cut off from the outside world. And if that seems too far-fetched, remember where the speakers come from.
Underground! Underground! And it's not like a Bluetooth speaker. It's like they're speaking through a metal pipe.
Time for Tubby Bye-Bye. Time for Tubby Bye-Bye.
They come from underground. The speakers with a human adult voice telling the
And what if the Teletubbies are actually just gods? And they have to please them to keep them alive?
Teletubbies what to do.
There's a lot of options still on the board here.
Come from the same place where an adult woman wearing a Teletubby uniform makes videos. In the future world of Teletubbies, humanity lives underground. But why? Well, once again, I think this all has to do with the sun.
With the sun, baby. Stop. Why are they making it creepy?
Imagine a world where everything is normal. You go to work, walk your dog, watch YouTube videos, but then, one day, suddenly, without any warning or explanation, the sun wakes up. You realize that the giant ball of gas in the sky that gave humanity life was actually a cosmic sentient being all along. But it's not some unknowable Lovecraftian Cthulhu entity. It's just a baby. Okay, that's just...
It's like worst case scenario. A literal infant is controlling sun flares. That's a worst case scenario. The sun becomes conscious and it's not like an all-knowing, like, god. It's just an infant.
Disturbing, but so what? Well, our sun is already extremely volatile, constantly exploding and erupting with unstable solar flares that can release dangerous radiation to—
Oh my god, so they have to move underground and the Teletubbies have to please the sun so the sun doesn't fucking shoot out sun flares and kill humanity?
Towards Earth. Scientists even believe that we could be hit with a solar superstorm one day that could be devastating to human infrastructure. Now, imagine if all of that power was given to an unpredictable, moody baby. A baby that we know is very interested in watching and reacting to the denizens of Earth. In fact, we could even see that when the baby sun gets a little too excited, the brightness of the sun suddenly increases.
In the Teletubby show, sun flare shoots out, just singes one of the fucking Teletubbies. Finally breaks character. The guy pulls off the mask. Next video. Fern video. Camp 14, the most horrible place in North Korea. We've done a lot of North Korea reacts, but they're all very interesting because it's so, like, crowded. There's so much mystery around North Korea and what they do, how they function, what they do to their people, how bad the lives are. I've never heard about Camp 14, so this is going to be interesting.
Class is about to start for these 40 school kids. Like every week, the teacher starts searching everyone's pockets. This time, he finds something on a little girl. 5 kernels of grain. The teacher snaps.
5 kernels of grain. They're searching their pockets before school starts. 5 kernels of grain is bad. Like rice?
And commands the
grain like wheat.
Girl to come up front. She has to kneel down on the hard concrete floor. With a wooden stick, he strikes her on the head. Again.
On the head?
And again. And again. And again. Her classmates watch in silence. The beating goes on until the little girl collapses. Afterwards, her classmates carry her home. The same night, she dies.
What? For having 5 kernels of grain in her pocket, they fucking beat her to death? Why is that a violation?
The little girl and the other 39 children are all inmates in one of North Korea's deadliest prison camps, Camp 14.
Oh my God, no, we did hear about this in the Johnny... We didn't hear any specifics about it, but we heard about the camp in the Johnny Harris video, where you could see the camp and the outlines of it. And this is where they send, like... Dude, it's like an entire city. There's, like, thousands of people that live there.
Comparisons have been drawn to the Nazi death camps, to the Soviet Gulag. You know, they're accurate, and in their own way, they're different.
A lawless detention facility hidden in the mountains of Kaeshan, a place where people are imprisoned for the crimes of their parents. Once you end up here, you will most likely die here.
This is truly a space.
Crimes of their parents, but what's so weird that I don't understand about the camp is, like, yeah, in North Korea, if somebody tries to escape or they commit a crime, part of your family lineage is imprisoned in a camp. But if they have kids in that camp, are those kids also imprisoned? Like, is their family lineage perpetually there for the rest of eternity, or can they ever get out?
That is outside humanity, let me say that.
Prisoners are forced to work under inhumane conditions. The smallest mistake can cost them their lives. Escape is almost impossible. Only a handful make it out, risking everything on deadly routes.
Make it out, but then they probably have to go all the way out of North... If you make it out, you can't stay in North Korea. You would have to flee the country entirely, and I feel like Camp 14 isn't bordering, like, China.
In North Korea, there are several of these death camps, and the regime has kept them a secret for decades. But through the relentless work of human rights organizations, satellite imagery, and reports from survivors, we can have a glimpse at these facilities. Why are people being sent to Camp 14? What does daily life look like inside its walls?
I just don't understand why North Korea and Kim Jong-un and, you know, whether or not he's a figurehead and his sister runs the country or it's a culmination of things, neither here nor there. Why purposefully crush your nation like that? Like, I understand he keeps his power. I think that's what it is. If he keeps his nation in, like, an impoverished state where the majority of people are either imprisoned, starving, or dirt poor, he can be rich. But, like, if he actually tried to even still keep it a dictatorship, not be a genocidal dictator, and actually run his country in a normal fashion, wouldn't that benefit his own people and therefore him as well? I think it's like he would rather it's better to be feared than loved, is what he's saying, right? I think that's kind of the mindset. Who said that? Another dictator said that. Machiavelli. But it's like, why? That's the route he's going down because it keeps him in power, but it's like, dude, your nation and you, I feel like he would be more rich. Even if he was less powerful, he would have access to more shit.
What horrors do the inmates face?
It gives himself more importance. I think it really boils down to also just like straight up narcissism, because he needs to be the center of his entire nation. And if his people are prosperous, then that he's not the guy they bend to.
And how do people actually get out? This is the story of the most horrific prison camp in North Korea.
It's some Hitler shit. Well, it's the same sense of Hitler shit in, like, he's basically being genocidal to his people. But Hitler was obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un's not obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un cyclically develops nuclear powers and fucking scares other countries till they defuse the situation. He steps back a little bit and he gets aid, right? And he kind of just does that over and over again to farm wealth for himself and his higher-ups, but still keep his people even like well below the poverty line, like dying poverty line.
This story is based on Escape from Camp 14 by Blaine Harden. One former prisoner of Camp 14 later changed parts of his story. Every time you see this symbol, it marks those revisions. If you want to know more about the exact changes and the reasons behind them, we recommend reading this article. Since North Korea did...
I would just be so worried, even as a North Korea defector. Like, if you left North Korea and you wrote about it, don't you think that Kim Jong-un, at least in part, his insanity, he hires some people to try and track these people down? Like, even if now in modern day you live in, like, Switzerland, or you live in Germany, or even the United States, I could easily foresee, like, Kim Jong-un trying to hire people to come kill you. Like... because he doesn't want you to talk shit about him. Like, that's how tight-knit this is he, like, they hate satellite. I wouldn't be surprised if they have shit underground now, or that's what he's planning to do, because then that keeps shit under wraps. Because he could say all the time, no, we don't have death camps, but, like, you could see them on Google Earth. But now if he puts it underground, you can't tell.
Denies the existence of these camps, independent verification is not possible. Shin Dong-hyuk is just a young boy when he witnesses the little girl being punished for having food in her pocket. Shin has no doubt she deserved it. After all, she stole food. And at Camp 14, stealing means...
Stole food, bro. 5 fucking grains of wheat? What is that, 2 calories? Or is that just supposed to be indicative that, like, she stole more?
He doesn't question it. He knows nothing else. The camp rules are...
It is brainwashed. It is. He's grown up in a camp where, in his mind, it makes logical sense that she should die. Because that's all he's known. It's like, I don't want to tune it to, like, being told Santa's real, but it's like, when you're a kid, you tell anybody anything, they're going to believe it. And if you grow up in a genocidal camp, and they teach you, hey, like, stealing is so wrong that you should die for it, he's probably not even going, wow, that's terrible. He's going, yeah, you know.
Reality.
He's real, though? Yeah.
Shin was...
Oh, you mean Santa? No.
Was born in Camp 14, but his parents didn't fall in love. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy...
I'm sorry, bro. And I feel like there's an argument to be made where, you know... Hey, Joe, you might have younger viewers that still believe in that. Bro, you like still believe in that shit? We're talking about genocidal dictators in North Korea, and in the back of your head, you're like, oh, I hope Santa's going to get me presents this year. I'm sorry, man. Like, you just shouldn't be watching me if you believe in that shit. Like, I'm not going to do this facade anymore of like, oh, you know, fucking, bro, come on. Like...
between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without...
We're watching a video about a fucking genocidal camp, and people are like, but Santa's real, right?
Permission. Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
What? Wait.
Is strictly forbidden. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
Without permission? How does she get permit? What do you mean? She has to ask?
In Camp 14, there is only one way to have a child. Promotion.
Promotion?
Those who work hard, and more importantly, snitch on others, may be granted a reward marriage. This is how Shin Dong-hyuk and his older brother Shin Hee-gyun come into the world. But they don't grow up as a real family.
I do want to question the moral... I think it's a survival in that sense from the parents' perspective. But in that scenario, wouldn't you say, like, why are you having a kid? Maybe in hopes that they get out of it, or like going back to a regular... Because they're saying promotion, so I'm assuming maybe you live a better life in the camp and you're able to go to school rather than just do like slave labor over and over again. But it's like now this kid's basically being born into slavery.
Their mother never talks about the past.
And they probably don't even have the option. It's like you're allowed to have a kid, but I feel like it's also just like, no, you're going to have a kid. Hey, you've been good. We're going to reward you. I don't want it. No, you need to take it. Like, that's probably what it is.
Their mother never talks about the past. Shin has no clue why his parents were imprisoned, and it probably wouldn't matter anyway.
Oh, but he does know that they're in a prison camp.
It's all about suspicion. You know, you don't have to be an anti-regime character. But if you're suspected of being anti-regime, of being a wrongdoer, a wrong thinker, of having engaged in wrong associations, they will send you to the camp.
This is Greg Scarlatoiu. He's president and CEO of HRNK, the Washington-based Committee on Human Rights in North Korea. For years, Greg and his team have been investigating human rights abuses at these camps. Like many others, Shin will most likely stay in Camp 14 for the rest of his life, even though he never committed a crime. This is the house Shin and his mother live in. Along with his mother's promotion came slightly better housing.
Okay, so that's answering my question. Because I kept saying, why would she have a kid if it's not, it's helping her. She gets a better house, better room, maybe she doesn't have to share. Like, they're able to live, not a normal life by any means, but like, they get their own space.
They share it with 3 other families and
never mind.
Sleep on the floor.
Holy fuck, they don't even get a bed? So they just sleep in a bare bones house, no furniture, nothing. So it's just a roof, no AC, no heat. It's just to keep them out of, like, the rain.
They share it with 3 other families and sleep on the floor.
Oh my God.
There's a single light bulb in the kitchen. Electricity works for just 2 hours a day. There's no running water, no furniture, no shower, and barely enough food to survive.
Bro, like, I always, see, this is like such a weird, because like, that's evil. That's evil, right? And can we agree? I think there's a difference between bad and evil people. This is like another level of, you're not even human anymore. In the most I don't even care if that sounds fucked up. Like, if you're willingly putting hundreds of thousands of people to do this, you're not a human, right? Like, you have no moral groundings. It's not like you fuck up and you're just not seeing the right way and you're ignorant, right? Because a lot of bad people are bad out of ignorance. This is bad not out of ignorance, out of the willingness to go, I'm going to fuck over and murder hundreds of thousands of my own people for the sole purpose of keeping me in power and keeping my narcissistic ways the way they are, right? Kim Jong-un gets to eat whatever the fuck he wants. He gets to smoke expensive cigarettes and have nice whiskey, and his people are dying in camps in the middle of the fucking woods.
The building is part of a model village.
Like, how do you do that? I don't know. Like, I understand he wants to keep himself in power. It's like, you could still be the leader of North Korea and not do this to your people, man.
One of many. Camp 14 is estimated to
and then they open, and then it's just so weird. Like how they opened tourism for like a week, and then all these vloggers came, and they were like, yeah, this is fake as shit. It's clearly guided. And then they immediately close it, right? It's because like they're trying to get tourism maybe for money, but I feel like it's propaganda. Like, in a weird way, it's like, we need to convince, and is that not telling that what they're doing is wrong? Like, that's how he knows. Because he's going, we're putting people in camps. We don't want them to know that we keep our people in camps. So we're going to do guided North Korea tours to make it seem like our country's amazing so people don't attack us more. Like, what the fuck?
Over around 150.
Israel's just as evil? Well, what's going on in Israel is also fucking insane with Netanyahu and the bombing of fucking Palestinians and shit, and they fucking bomb, hospitals and stuff. And people always get mad in return and be like, well, Hamas is under the hospital. You know nothing about that, Joe. Oh, my fucking God. So, it's okay to bomb innocent civilians then. Yeah, it's a tough situation if that's true. Okay, but that doesn't mean you just fucking go right for the hospital. Well, the U.S. did it in fucking in the fucking war in the Middle East. That doesn't make it okay. 153,000 kilometers squared. Can you guys visualize that? If you hit me with that number, I have no idea how big that is.
Square kilometers.
Like, how big is that? How big is 153 square kilometers? Like, what's 5 square kilometers? kilometers? Like, what's like a block? What's like a New York block?
Almost 3 times the size of Manhattan.
Okay.
It is secured by
There we go. So it's huge.
a 60-kilometer fence, patrol paths, barracks, guard posts, and checkpoints. The whole area stretches from river valleys to mountain peaks. The wilderness and the Taedong River
Do they have an estimated amount of how many people are in this camp?
act as a natural barrier, an immense obstacle course separating the facility from the outside world. Little villages are scattered across the vast area, containing housing and working units.
These are sprawling facilities. They're very large facilities. So at some of these facilities, you see farming, agriculture going on. You see some of these facilities that are adjacent to coal mines or other types of mineral exploitation.
And it also has a school.
I'm thinking that these... Do you think these camps fund, like, a large portion of, like, North Korea's money? Like, I wonder if there was, like, a pie graph or a pie chart, what percentage funds what. Because they don't really have a lot of opportunity for trade. Most countries don't fuck with North Korea for very obvious reasons. And they don't trade with them. And so all of their wealth has to come from in-house. And so I feel like to keep their country propped up, like, the camp kind of runs that. Because they don't pay any of these workers. They just do basically slave labor.
City. And it also has a school. This is where Shin goes every day. His teacher wears a guard's uniform, carries a weapon.
They export a lot of minerals and coal. Yeah, but I mean, that's not like hyper valuable. Like, that's not gonna, like, their nation, even the best parts of North Korea are, like, very bad. Like, they don't have nice stuff.
And teaches obedience above all else. Camp rules are brutal. There are 10 of them. Even the smallest violation can lead to execution. Shin memorizes them all. Rule 1.
Wait, what?
Execution. Shin memorizes them all.
I think it's more insane to me, too. Like, even on the levels of, like, them having these concentration camps, like, killing an adult for fucking up a rule versus, like, a born-in-camp child, beating them to death in front of their fellow students because they stole 5 grains of fucking wheat.
Rule 1. Any witness to an attempted escape who fails to report it will be shot immediately.
Wow.
Rule 3. Anyone who steals or conceals any foodstuffs will be shot immediately. Rule 5. Anyone who holds or hides a fugitive's possessions, conspires with him, or fails to report him will be shot immediately. The guards enforce the rules without mercy.
내가 총을 꾸며서 뭐 쏘거나 해도
I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, even though I killed so often there.
느끼지 않았어. 일반적으로 우리는 그때 쏘도 나라를 지키.
We thought it was the right thing to do to protect our country. So are these people just brainwashed? Yeah, I didn't feel bad. I was killing 5-year-olds. They stole rice. They stole food. That's bad for the country. Yeah, because that one kid stealing 5 grains of fucking wheat's gonna topple down North Korea from the bottom up.
지키기 위해서 내가 한 일이기 때문에. 그 수용소에는.
It really does bring up that hard question of, like, are the soldiers responsible for things that the nation tells them to do? And I mean, that's ongoing today. It was in World War II with Germany. It was in Japan. It was in the US. It was everywhere, where it's like, you're being commanded to do this. While you're not entirely responsible, it's like, you're still making the wherewithal decision to be like, yeah, I'm gonna, like, kill these kids.
들어오게 되면 사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은 사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은.
And that's what's fucked, is it's like, I think there's like a line they cross where that's how they deal with it in the most fucked up way. It's because if you're seeing them as human, you don't, then your some level of morality inside of you kicks in. Where it's like, these soldiers are, like, purposely perceiving these people as non-human, and then it doesn't matter what happens to them in their brain.
그 자리에서 죽이게 했으면 죽이고 살리게 했으면 살리고 하는 건 내 마음에. 뭐 설명해 주세요.
And that's also just like power hungry shit. I think people feed off that. If you're like growing up a soldier, especially in North Korea, where you've also probably grown up in a pretty shitty life, now you're giving power over others, right? Where like the power that's been inflicted, it's like a very hyper evolved version of like what's happening to you, you inflict onto others. What did he say? He was saying he had the power to kill or not kill anybody. It was entirely up to him.
Across North Korea, there are different
Like he probably liked that.
types of detention facilities. The worst of them are called Kwanliso. Camp 14 is one of them. It's also called a total control zone.
People never get out of those. You know, they just waste away. They get killed by this vicious cycle of malnutrition and forced labor.
Shin's mother has to work the rice fields, 10 to 15 hours of hard labor every day. If she meets her quota,
15 hours straight?
She receives food, just enough to survive the night and make it through the next day.
North Korea is all about production targets. If you don't meet them, and probably you will not meet them, you'll get less food, more work, less food, more work, and that's how you waste away and die. That's, you know, the truly tragic story at these camps.
From the moment Shin starts school, his life is split between the classroom and hard labor in the coal mine. Long work days are made worse by a constant gnawing hunger. Before school, Shin often eats his mother's portion while she's still out in the fields. She beats him for it, but he does it anyway. To him, she's not a source of love or care. She's a rival in the fight for every meager scrap of food.
Wow.
This is Shin's meal, served 3 times a day for his entire prison life. If he makes a mistake, his portion is cut in half as punishment. Sometimes he and the other inmates catch rats, the only source of meat in Camp 14. For Shin, this isn't as much as a nightmare. It's normal life. He has never seen the world beyond the barbed wire. Unlike this man. Kim Young is in his mid-40s when he's brought to Camp 14. He knows the world outside.
Next video. Fern video. Camp 14, the most horrible place in North Korea. We've done a lot of North Korea reacts, but they're all very interesting because it's so like crowded. There's so much mystery around North Korea and what they do, how they function, what they do to their people, how bad the lives are. I've never heard about Camp 14, so this is going to be interesting.
Class is about to start for these 40 school kids. Like every week, the teacher starts searching everyone's pockets. This time, he finds something on a little girl. 5 kernels of grain. The teacher snaps.
5 kernels of grain? They're searching their pockets before school starts. 5 kernels of grain is bad? Like rice?
And commands the
grain like wheat.
Girl to come up front. She has to kneel down on the hard concrete floor. With a wooden stick, he strikes her on the head. Again.
On the head?
And again. And again. And again. Her classmates watch in silence. The beating goes on until the little girl collapses. Afterwards, her classmates carry her home. The same night, she dies.
What? For having 5 kernels of grain in her pocket, they fucking beat her to death? Why is that a violation?
The little girl and the other 39 children are all inmates in one of North Korea's deadliest prison camps, Camp 14.
Oh my God, no, we did hear about this in the Johnny... We didn't hear any specifics about it, but we heard about the camp in the Johnny Harris video, where you could see the camp and the outlines of it. And this is where they send, like... Dude, it's like an entire city. There's, like, thousands of people that live there.
Comparisons have been drawn to the Nazi death camps, to the Soviet Gulag. You know, they're accurate, and in their own way, they're different.
A lawless detention facility hidden in the mountains of Kaeshan, a place where people are imprisoned for the crimes of their parents. Once you end up here, you will most likely die here.
This is truly a space.
Crimes of their parents, but what's so weird that I don't understand about the camp is like, yeah, in North Korea, if somebody tries to escape or they commit a crime, part of your family lineage is imprisoned in a camp. But if they have kids in that camp, are those kids also imprisoned? Like, is their family lineage perpetually there for the rest of eternity, or can they ever get out?
That is outside humanity, let me say that.
Prisoners are forced to work under inhumane conditions. The smallest mistake can cost them their lives. Escape is almost impossible. Only a handful make it out, risking everything on deadly routes.
Make it out, but then they probably have to go all the way out of North. If you make it out, you can't stay in North Korea. You would have to flee the country entirely, and I feel like Camp 14 isn't bordering, like, China.
In North Korea, there are several of these death camps, and the regime has kept them a secret for decades. But through the relentless work of human rights organizations, satellite imagery, and reports from survivors, we can have a glimpse at these facilities. Why are people being sent to Camp 14? What does daily life look like inside its walls?
I just don't understand why North Korea and Kim Jong-un and, you know, whether or not he's a figurehead and his sister runs the country or it's a culmination of things, neither here nor there. Why purposefully crush your nation like that? Like, I understand he keeps his power. I think that's what it is. If he keeps his nation in, like, an impoverished state where the majority of people are either imprisoned, starving, or dirt poor, he can be rich. But, like, if he actually tried to even still keep it a dictatorship, not be a genocidal dictator, and actually run his country in a normal fashion, wouldn't that benefit his own people and therefore him as well? I think it's like he would rather be, it's better to be feared than loved, is what he's saying, right? I think that's kind of the mindset. Who said that? Another dictator said that. Machiavelli. But it's like, why? That's the route he's going down because it keeps him in power, but it's like, dude, your nation and you, I feel like he would be more rich. Even if he was less powerful, he would have access to more shit.
What horrors do the inmates face?
It gives himself more importance. I think it really boils down to also just like straight up narcissism, because he needs to be the center of his entire nation. And if his people are prosperous, then that he's not the guy they bend to.
And how do people actually get out? This is the story of the most horrific prison camp in North Korea.
It's some Hitler shit. Well, it's the same sense of Hitler shit in, like, he's basically being genocidal to his people. But Hitler was obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un's not obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un cyclically develops nuclear powers and fucking scares other countries till they defuse the situation. He steps back a little bit and he gets aid, right? And he kind of just does that over and over again to farm wealth for himself and his higher-ups, but still keep his people even like well below the poverty line, like dying poverty line.
This story is based on Escape from Camp 14 by Blaine Harden. One former prisoner of Camp 14 later changed parts of his story. Every time you see this symbol, it marks those revisions. If you want to know more about the exact changes and the reasons behind them, we recommend reading this article. Since North Korea did...
I would just be so worried, even as a North Korea defector. Like, if you left North Korea and you wrote about it, don't you think that Kim Jong-un, at least in part, his insanity, he hires some people to try and track these people down? Like, even if now in modern day you live in, like, Switzerland, or you live in Germany, or even the United States, I could easily foresee, like, Kim Jong-un trying to hire people to come kill you. Like... because he doesn't want you to talk shit about him. Like, that's how tight-knit this is he, like, they hate satellite. I wouldn't be surprised if they have shit underground now, or that's what he's planning to do, because then that keeps shit under wraps. Because he could say all the time, no, we don't have death camps, but, like, you could see them on Google Earth. But now if he puts it underground, you can't tell.
Denies the existence of these camps, independent verification is not possible. Shin Dong-hyuk is just a young boy when he witnesses the little girl being punished for having food in her pocket. Shin has no doubt she deserved it. After all, she stole food, And at Camp 14, stealing means
Stole food, bro. 5 fucking grains of wheat? What is that, 2 calories? Or is that just supposed to be indicative that, like, she stole more?
he doesn't question it. He knows nothing else. The camp rules are...
It is brainwashed. It is. He's grown up in a camp where, in his mind, it makes logical sense that she should die. Because that's all he's known. It's like, I don't want to tune it to, like, being told Santa's real, but it's like, when you're a kid, you tell anybody anything, they're going to believe it. And if you grow up in a genocidal camp, and they teach you, hey, like, stealing is so wrong that you should die for it, he's probably not even going, wow, that's terrible. He's going, oh, yeah, you know.
reality.
He's real, though? Yeah.
Shin was
Oh, you mean Santa? No.
born in Camp 14, but his parents didn't fall in love. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy...
I'm sorry, bro. And I feel like there's an argument to be made where, you know... Hey, Joe, you might have younger viewers that still believe in that. Bro, you like still believe in that shit? We're talking about genocidal dictators in North Korea, and in the back of your head, you're like, oh, I hope Santa's going to get me presents this year. I'm sorry, man. Like, you just shouldn't be watching me if you believe in that shit. Like, I'm not going to do this facade anymore of like, oh, you know, fucking, bro, come on. Like...
between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant
We're
without
watching a video about a fucking genocidal camp, and people are like, but Santa's real, right?
permission, intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
What? Wait.
Is strictly forbidden. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
Without permission? How does she get permit? What do you mean? She has to ask?
In Camp 14, there is only one way to have a child: promotion.
Promotion?
Those who work hard, and more importantly, snitch on others, may be granted a reward marriage. This is how Shin Dong-hyuk and his older brother Shin Hee-gyun come into the world. But they don't grow up as a real family.
I do want to question the moral. I think it's a survival in that sense from the parents' perspective. But in that scenario, wouldn't you say, like, why are you having a kid? Maybe in hopes that they get out of it, or like going back to a regular, because they're saying promotion, so I'm assuming maybe you live a better life in the camp and you're able to go to school rather than just do like slave labor over and over again. But it's like now this kid's basically being born into slavery.
Their mother never talks about the past.
And they probably don't even have the option. It's like you're allowed to have a kid, but I feel like it's also just like, no, you're going to have a kid. Hey, you've been good. We're going to reward you. I don't want it. No, you need to take it. Like, that's probably what it is.
Their mother never talks about the past. Shin has no clue why his parents were imprisoned, and it probably wouldn't matter anyway.
Oh, but he does know that they're in a prison camp.
It's all about suspicion. You know, you don't have to be an anti-regime character. But if you're suspected of being anti-regime, of being a wrongdoer, a wrong thinker, of having engaged in wrong associations, they will send you to the camp.
This is Greg Scarlatoiu. He's president and CEO of HRNK, the Washington-based Committee on Human Rights in North Korea. For years, Greg and his team have been investigating human rights abuses at these camps. Like many others, Shin will most likely stay in Camp 14 for the rest of his life, even though he never committed a crime. This is the house Shin and his mother live in. Along with his mother's promotion came slightly better housing.
Okay, so that's answering my question. Because I kept saying, why would she have a kid if it's not, it's helping her. She gets a better house, better room, maybe she doesn't have to share. Like, they're able to live not a normal life by any means, but like, they get their own space.
They share it with 3 other families and
never mind.
Sleep on the floor.
Holy fuck, they don't even get a bed? So they just sleep in a bare bones house, no furniture, nothing. So it's just a roof, no AC, no heat. It's just to keep them out of, like, the rain.
They share it with 3 other families and sleep on the floor.
Oh my god.
There is a single light bulb in the kitchen. Electricity works for just 2 hours a day. There's no running water, no furniture, no shower, and barely enough food to survive.
Bro, like, I always... See, this is, like, such a weird... Because, like, that's evil. That's evil, right? And can we agree? I think there's a difference between bad and evil people. This is, like, another level of... You're not even human anymore. in the most I don't even care if that sounds fucked up. Like, if you're willingly putting hundreds of thousands of people to do this, you're not a human, right? Like, you have no moral groundings. It's not like you fuck up and you're just not seeing the right way and you're ignorant, right? Because a lot of bad people are bad out of ignorance. This is bad not out of ignorance, out of the willingness to go, I'm going to fuck over and murder hundreds of thousands of my own people for the sole purpose of keeping me in power and keeping my narcissistic ways the way they are, right? Kim Jong-un gets to eat whatever the fuck he wants. He gets to smoke expensive cigarettes and have nice whiskey, and his people are dying in camps in the middle of the fucking woods.
The building is part of a model village.
Like, how do you do that? I understand he wants to keep himself in power. It's like, you could still be the leader of North Korea and not do this to your people, man.
One of many. Camp 14 is estimated to come.
And then they open, and then it's just so weird. Like how they opened tourism for like a week, and then all these vloggers came, and they were like, yeah, this is fake as shit. It's clearly guided. And then they immediately close it. Right? It's because, like, they're trying to get tourism maybe for money, but I feel like it's propaganda. Like, in a weird way, it's like, we need to convince. And is that not telling that what they're doing is wrong? Like, that's how he knows. Because he's going, we're putting people in camps. We don't want them to know that we keep our people in camps. So we're going to do guided North Korea tours to make it seem like our country's amazing so people don't attack us more. Like, what the fuck?
Over around 150.
Israel's just as evil? Well, what's going on in Israel is also fucking insane with not Yahoo and the bombing of fucking Palestinians and shit, and they fucking bomb, hospitals and stuff. And people always get mad in return and be like, well, Hamas is under the hospital. You know nothing about that, Joe. Oh, my fucking God. So, it's okay to bomb innocent civilians then. Yeah, it's a tough situation if that's true. Okay, but that doesn't mean you just fucking go right for the hospital. Well, the U.S. did it in the fucking war in the Middle East. That doesn't make it okay. 153,000 kilometers squared. Can you guys visualize that? If you hit me with that number, I have no idea how big that is.
Square kilometers.
Like, how big is that? How big is 153 square kilometers? Like, what's 5 square kilometers? Like, what's like a block? What's like a New York block?
Almost 3 times the size of Manhattan.
Okay.
It is secured by...
There we go. So it's huge.
A 60-kilometer fence, patrol paths, barracks, guard posts, and checkpoints. The whole area stretches from river valleys to mountain peaks. The wilderness and the Taedong River...
Do they have an estimated amount of how many people are in this camp?
...act as a natural barrier, an immense obstacle course separating the facility from the outside world. Little villages are scattered across the vast area, containing housing and working units.
These are sprawling facilities. They're very large facilities. So at some of these facilities, you see farming, agriculture going on. You see some of these facilities that are adjacent to coal mines or other types of mineral exploitation.
And it also has a school.
I'm thinking that do you think these camps fund like a large portion of like North Korea's money? Like, I wonder if there was like a pie graph or a pie chart, what percentage funds what? Because they don't really have a lot of opportunity for trade. Most countries don't fuck with North Korea for very obvious reasons. And they don't trade with them. And so all of their wealth has to come from in-house. And so I feel like to keep their country propped up, like, the camp kind of runs that. Because they don't pay any of these workers. They just do basically slave labor.
City. And it also has a school. This is where Shin goes every day. His teacher wears a guard's uniform, carries a weapon.
They export a lot of minerals and coal. Yeah, but I mean, that's not like hyper valuable. Like, that's not gonna, like, their nation, even the best parts of North Korea are like very bad. Like, they don't have nice stuff.
And teaches obedience above all else. Camp rules are brutal. There are 10 of them. Even the smallest violation can lead to execution. Shin memorizes them all. Rule 1.
Wait, what?
Execution. Shin memorizes them all.
I think it's more insane to me too. Like, even on the levels of like them having these concentration camps, like killing an adult for fucking up a rule versus like a born in camp child beating them to death in front of their fellow students because they stole 5 grains of fucking wheat.
Rule 1. Any witness to an attempted escape who fails to report it will be shot immediately.
Wow.
Rule 3. Anyone who steals or conceals any foodstuffs will be shot immediately. Rule 5. Anyone who holds or hides a fugitive's possessions, conspires with him, or fails to report him will be shot immediately. The guards enforce the rules without mercy.
내가 총을 꾸려서 뭐 쏘거나 해도 한나무
I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, even though I killed so often
가책을
there.
두지 않았어. 일반적으로 우리는 그때 써도 나라를 지키.
We thought it was the right thing to do to protect our country. So are these people just brainwashed? Yeah, I didn't feel bad. I was killing 5-year-olds. They stole rice. They stole food. That's bad for the country. Yeah, because that one kid stealing 5 grains of fucking wheat's gonna topple down North Korea from the bottom up.
지키기 위해서 내가 한 일이기 때문에. 그 수용소에는.
It really does bring up that hard question of like, are the soldiers responsible for things that the nation tells them to do? And I mean, that's ongoing today. It was in World War II with Germany. It was in Japan. It was in the US. It was everywhere where it's like, you're being commanded to do this. While you're not entirely responsible, it's like, you're still making the wherewithal decision to be like, yeah, I'm going to like kill these kids.
들어오게 되면 사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은 사람이 아니에요. 사람이 아니고 내 마음대로 해도 돼요. 그 안에 사람은.
And that's what's fucked is it's like, I think there's like a line they cross where that's how they deal with it in the most fucked up way. It's because if you're seeing them as human, you don't then your some level of morality inside of you kicks in. Where it's like these soldiers are like purposely perceiving these people as non-human, and then it doesn't matter what happens to them in their brain.
그 자리에서 죽이게 했으면 죽이고 살리게 했으면 살리고 하는 건 내 마음에. 뭐 설명해 주세요.
And that's also just like power hungry shit. I think people feed off that. If you're like growing up a soldier, especially in North Korea, where you've also probably grown up in a pretty shitty life, now you're giving power over others, right? Where like the power that's been inflicted, it's like a very hyper evolved version of like what's happening to you, you inflict onto others. What did he say? He was saying he had the power to kill or not kill anybody. It was entirely up to him.
Across North Korea, there are different
Like he probably liked that.
types of detention facilities. The worst of them are called Kwanliso. Camp 14 is one of them. It's also called a total control zone.
People never get out of those. You know, they just waste away. They get killed by this vicious cycle.
So you want to get your license.
All right, so getting your driver's license is supposed to be like this big milestone in life, right? Freedom.
I think it is the biggest milestone. I think he's going to say the exact opposite because he's introing the video like this, and then he's going to say, But I think getting your license is like a big freedom milestone. More so, dude, I want to say getting your license is like really big, and it's not really treated as such compared to like turning 18 when you're like an adult. But turning 18's lame as fuck. You don't get anything. You could buy scratch-off tickets. Congrats. The biggest milestone is, depending on your state, because it's varying by age, getting your license and then turning 21. That's the big milestones. 18 to 20 blows dick. That's like the worst years. People, not the worst years of your life. It's the worst years in that like your birthday doesn't matter. After 21, your birthday doesn't matter either. But it's like you turn 18, it's like congrats. Now you're a legal adult. And it's like, oh, really? What did I unlock? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You still can't rent a car. Most Airbnbs, you still have to be 21 or 25, so you can't do that either. You could buy scratch-off tickets at a gas station. Taxes don't apply to you when you're 18. They apply to you whenever. They apply to you if you have an income. You could be 12 and you could get taxed. If you have a job, you're getting taxed. It's not taxes. You get a credit card. You could get a credit card before you're 18, depending. You might just need to co-sign it. It's just stupid, right? Turning 21 and getting your license are like the big milestones in your life. Well, if you're in the U.S. If you're in the UK, it's different because different drinking ages, driving ages, whatever.
Independence, all that stuff. But in reality, it's one of the most stressful and embarrassing processes you'll ever go through. Like the government...
You used to be able to buy cigarettes when you were 18. That was the milestone. Used to be able to smoke cigarettes. Not anymore, though. Damn it.
Basically hands you a car and...
When? Not that long ago. Like, your parents probably could have bought cigarettes in high school when they were seniors.
Says, good luck, try not to kill anyone. And the way people hype it up makes it worse. Everyone's like, once you get your license, you can go anywhere you want. Bro, no I can't. I still live with my parents. I got like $3 in my bank account, and gas is $5 a gallon. The only place I'm driving is straight back home. Not to mention, the whole process is designed to humble you. Like, you'll walk...
No, I'm still gonna say, bro, not having to need a motherfucker to pick you up is so... much. It's not freedom, but it's better. Bro, I remember getting done at track practice and having to wait to get picked up. That shit's ass. Just standing around being like, God damn, where are they? They show up late, they forget. Have you ever had that? Have you ever been somewhere and it's like your mom forgets that they have to pick you up? And it's like, oh, don't worry, I'm on my way. And it's like, you were supposed to leave an hour ago. So now you're just standing around like fucking waiting for shit to happen. Like you run on other people's schedules. Once you have a license, you have your own time, right? Like you could go places when you want to go places. Yes, you need money, but it's like if you have gas, you could go somewhere.
Designed to humble you. Like you'll walk into the DMV thinking you're ready for adulthood, and the second you step up to that counter, some 60-year-old lady with glasses down her nose just looks at you like, you're not built for this. And she's right.
No, that's not what she's gonna do. She's gonna go, you don't have enough you need more points of identification. You only have your passport and a local water bill. You're gonna need to go home. And now you have to go you have to prove that you're you in every way in the fucking world. Oh my God, going to the DMV, bro, you might as well bring a binder full of everything that's ever happened to you. Drive all the way back, and hey, if you have an appointment, now you gotta reschedule because you didn't fucking show up with the right shit. Thinking you came with the right stuff. Wrong, you gotta show up with something else.
Right, because 5 minutes later, you're out there stalling your car in front of a line of 30 people who all hate you now. So let's talk about what actually happens when you try to get your...
I had a friend that failed the written test 15 times. I failed it once, and then I passed the behind the wheel. He passed the behind the wheel immediately. He failed the written like 15 times. He wouldn't study, and it was like an ongoing meme. Like everybody, he's like a year older than me, and we all got our licenses, and most of my friends are older than me. Like right now I'm 23. Most of my friends are like 25, right? Chris is like one of my IRL friends. He's 28, so he's a lot older than me. He's like 5 years older than me. But I think that changes. Once you're in your, like, mid-20s, it's just, you know, you all bend. It's fine. It's whatever. He's unk, though. But anyways, when we were all, like, you know, in New Jersey, you're 17 when you get your license. So we were all, like, I was 16. He still didn't have his license. He was 17. I turned 17, got my license. And then it became a meme that, like, he was the only person without his license. It took him 2 more years. Because you have to take the written, and if you fail, you have to take it again. You have to wait like 2 weeks. So if you keep failing, you have to keep waiting. And so he kept consistently failing, and then like the time between taking the test would get longer, and then he wouldn't be able to some weeks. So he would take it like once a month, and he would just fail like every time until it was like he actually sat down and studied and finally passed. I will say I think the written test is stupid though. I failed it the first time by like 3 questions. It's not even like questions about how to drive. Because all that shit's obvious. Stop at a stop sign. Don't park next to a fire hydrant. Stop when a school bus stops. But it's like asking you hyper-specific questions. how many feet from a school bus do you have to be stopped when it's stopped? Fucking idiot. I don't know. 2 car lengths? I'm going to guess. A cop isn't going to go, woo, hold up. Pulls out a tape measure and fucking goes, you're 3 inches too close. That's a safety hazard. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to eyeball it, right? Or they'll ask about fines. Like, why do I need to know that? Why do I need to know that? Hey, prove that you can drive. How much are you going to get charged if you do this? Fucking, I don't know. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. And hey, I'll find out. If I ever get pulled over for speeding, how much is the ticket if you're 10 over? Fucking, I don't know. The cop's going to hand me the ticket and I'm going to read it and go, oh shit, it's fucking $200. That's when I'll know. And then I'll say, the behind the wheel is too easy. The behind the wheel is a piece of shit. What? It depends on the state. The behind the wheel is literally stop, turn your signal on, go on a roundabout, turn around, parallel park. That's the hardest shit. Hey, buddy, why don't we make the test merging onto a 6-lane highway and going over a bridge when the median is fucking 6 inches away from the fucking edge line of the road and there's no fucking shoulder? That's how you know how to fucking drive. That's how you know how to fucking drive. You pass the fuck ass behind the wheel test. Congrats, you can parallel park. Oh, wow. Yeah, now actually get on a highway where people are going 95 and they won't let you in. And then you gotta fucking, and hey, there's gonna be moments where you just gotta fucking be ballsy. And that's what sucks. They don't teach you that. They don't teach you that shit. When you gotta merge onto a highway and it's like, hey, nobody's getting over. Don't move. Don't move. Because if they don't move, you're both gonna die. So they'll fucking get out of the goddamn way. And that's how it is sometimes. If you're driving in fucking Philly, you're driving in New York, you're driving somewhere in a packed city, they're not gonna move. You gotta make them move. And that's, and you gotta show, kids don't, you can tell when it's a new driver on the road. You can tell when they don't need that fucking stupid sticker that says, new driver behind the wheel, be nice. Fuck out of here. I'm laying on the horn. Yeah, you gotta, new driver. Hey, buddy, you better lock in because you need to learn how to fucking drive. Oh, I'm gonna be nice to you. I'm gonna change the rules for you. Oh, get the fuck out of here. No, you gotta learn how to do that shit. I truly believe they couldn't do that though, because then if you failed, you get in a car crash. So they have to like simulate it somehow. But I remember I got behind the wheel and the driver's test was 4 minutes. 4 minutes long. And he goes, yeah, you pass. I do the parallel parking and I was too far, so I just had to redo it. And then that was it. That was the whole test. I'm like, this doesn't prove that I'm competent enough to drive anywhere outside of like back roads.
First off, you got to get your learner's permit, which is basically the government.
And that's why, dude, there's drivers today. There's drivers today that are in their 30s, bro, that won't drive over bridges. They won't go on highways. You know why? Because they never learned how, and they're terrified to, because they can't drive.
Saying, here's a piece of paper that lets you legally traumatize your parents in the passenger seat. Every drive turns into a hostage situation. Your mom's clutching the door handle like you're driving a fighter jet. Your dad's yelling, brake earlier every 5 seconds. And God forbid.
Bro, the worst is, this is optional, but I remember I did it. So it'd be, I could get my license earlier. And it was like I took a driving class. You take the written to get your permit. And then I had my permit and I took a driving class so I could like get my license earlier or something. And it was this old guy named Henry. I remember him. I would go, Henri. I'm going to drive with Henri. He was like 80. And the first day we didn't, he canceled because he had to get like his kidney removed or something. I don't know. He had a fucking, it was like, I was waiting around and he was like, he texts like 3 days later and he's like, oh, sorry, I was in the hospital. I was like, oh, fuck. He shows up and he would eat. All I remember about him, I hope he's still alive. All I remember about him was he would munch on like Werther's originals. Like the whole time I was driving, he would be fiddling with the plastic in the wrappers and he'd be popping them in. I think he had like 3 in his mouth at once because he would go like this. and he would mush them around. It sounded like marbles in his mouth. And the permit, like the driving class cars normally a car has a brake and a gas pedal on the driver's side. The behind the wheel, like driver's like class, there's also a brake on the passenger side. And he would lay on that shit, and I would get so mad. He would be like, I would be braking a good 100 meters before a stoplight, going 40 miles an hour. He would go, whoa, 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 and he would fucking make a noise. Whoa, whoa. I'd be like, dude, I'm stopping. Like, I see, he goes, you don't want, he said, I remember he would go like this. You can't have this when you stop. Because when a car stops when it's going a little fast, it rocks. He goes, you need a smooth stop. You need a smooth stop. You want to stop and go, I don't want to, if I feel this, that's how I know you stopped bad. I'd go, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm slamming on the brakes right before I fucking hit the stoplight, and then I'm going forward.
Bid you miss a stop sign, suddenly you're the worst driver alive. And the crazy part is, your parents forget they drive like maniacs too. Like, they'll be yelling at you for not using your blinker, but last week you watched them cut across 3 lanes like they were in the new Fast and...
Yeah, Jersey slide over a 6-lane highway, no blinker. Oh shit, I gotta get over.
Furious movie. Plus, having a permit makes you a second-class citizen. You can't even drive alone. You need some random adult next to you at all times. Like, bro, if I'm old enough to control a 2-ton...
Bro, and you fully bank. I remember, bro, when it was my turn to take the driver's test, all my friends that had taken it before me, like, in my class, were like, dude, you don't want, like, Rachel. They were like, you don't want Rachel. Rachel failed Billy and John. She's so mean. I got like Bob or whatever his name was. He was nice. Because it's literally like up to them on if they pass you or not. Outside, there's definitive fail markers. Like if you hit a traffic cone, that counts as hitting a car. So like you fail. But outside of that, it's like up to their discretion.
Death machine on the freeway. Why do I still need my mom sitting there with a Diet Coke acting like she's my parole officer? Then there's driving school, where some random 40-year-old dude who looks like he's given up on life teaches you how to parallel park. The car always smells weird, like a mix of...
Oh my god, yes! Yes! I was gonna say, bro, it didn't even smell like the Werthers. It smelled like piss. It smelled like piss. Like, but not new piss. Like, imagine you peed all over the fucking seats and then let it dry and, like, sit out in the sun for a week. And then I would get in the car. It just smelled like piss.
Old coffee and regret. And they make you do the dumbest stuff, like a 3-point turn. Like, bro, I'm not driving a 4...
I will say, all right, this is gonna sound like dickhead shit. When I got my license and I saw a car, like a gray car with the big block thing on the front that says student driver, I would pass him. I'd be laying on the horn more than normal. It's fucked. I remember when I was 17, I was like, oh shit, I passed. Now they got to deal with it. And so I'd just be like, the second the light would turn green, half a second, just lay on it. And I know, too, dude, they're fucking 10 and 2, white knuckle in the steering wheel going, just, like, nervous.
Forklift. I just want to get the Taco Bell.
First time trying the new cheesy crunch wrap. Let's see how it tastes.
And these instructors always have that dead behind the eyes look. Like they've watched thousands of teenagers almost plow into a mailbox and now nothing excites them anymore. You could literally crash into a fire hydrant and they just write it down like, yep, -5 points. Don't do that again. They also purposely take you on the worst possible roads. Like, bro, I live in the suburbs. Why are you making me merge onto the freeway in the middle of rush hour?
They don't do that. They did that when I took the behind the wheel class. I had to merge onto a highway. And I think that was valuable. I will say that. I'm going to disagree with him. I think taking that class, having that guy be annoying to you and make you drive in stressful scenarios makes you a better driver. Because that's how driving's going to be. There's going to be moments where you're stressed as fuck and you need to lock in. right? And having some dickhead chirp at you the whole time helps.
Learned where the headlights are. I'm not ready to battle semis going 80. And for some reason, they love parking drills. Parallel park between these two cones back into this imaginary spot. Like, when am I ever going to use this? Nobody in history has ever said, oh, sorry, guys, I can't come out tonight. I really failed my three-point turn. Plus, the silence is
Nah, you do need to know how to parallel park, though. That shit's hard. It's easy once you've done it a lot, but, like, it's hard in the sense that when you're in a scenario where you have to parallel park, a lot of the time there's not designated spots. It's just street parking where people aimlessly park anywhere on the road. And there's going to be spots that have this much space and spots that have this much space. And you need to be able to pull up to a spot, stare at it, and go, yeah, I could fit in that. And then fucking, while other cars are flying past you because you're on a road, and so you have to fucking park it. If you fuck up, now you got to pull back out, and then people are getting annoyed because you're blocking them.
Brutal. You're in a car with this string.
I'd rather park further than parallel park. If you're ever in a big city where there's just street parking, that's the only option. Unless you want to walk an hour to wherever the fuck you're going.
Danger, and the whole time you're...
Or pay for parking in certain scenarios, but a lot of the time you pay for street parking.
You're trying to impress him like it's a date
you don't need to learn that, just Uber or something. Yeah, just spend $180 to Uber.
Agree to. You flick the blinker on 2 streets early, and so he notices, like, see, I'm responsible. Meanwhile, he's staring out the window, sighing, writing hieroglyphics on his clipboard, 0 validation. Now comes the actual road test, easily the most stressful 15 minutes of your life. You've been practicing for...
Oh my God, I will agree. No, I actually will agree. I think one of the most stressful things isn't like first day of high school, first day of college. It is the second you're fucking waiting for your driver's test to start. Where you're like, you see the person walk around your car and do an inspection because they inspect your car first. And then they get in.
Months, but the second that instructor sits in the passenger seat, your brain forgets how cars even work. Like, I'll be gripping the wheel so hard, you think I'm landing a plane. And the instructors never help either. They just sit there in complete silence, scribbling on their little clipboard like they're writing
Yeah, they try to stress you out. I think they enjoy that part, though.
Your obituary. You could literally save a baby duck crossing the road, and they'd still be like, you didn't check your mirrors enough. Automatic fail. The worst part is they never tell you how you're doing during the test. Like, you're just sweating bullets, thinking, okay, I nailed that stop.
One, don't you have to wait mad long if you fail? It's longer than a written test. It's probably depending on the state. You have to wait 2 weeks to retake it. But if you fail 3 times... you have to wait 6 months. Wow. So if you fail multiple times in a row, you have to wait a half of a year.
Stop sign, right? That was clean. Meanwhile, the guy's just clicking his pen like
That's not bad, bro. That sucks.
He's deciding if you deserve human rights. And parallel parking, that's the final boss. You could drive perfectly the entire test, but if you so much as touch the curb, they act like you just committed a felony. Like, bro, half the adults out here park like absolute garbage. Why is this the standard? And if you fail, oh, that's the walk of shame. Nothing hurts more than walking out of the DMV while some 16-year-old behind you is celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl. You gotta call your parents like, yeah, so we're gonna be Ubering for a few more weeks. And the retest, way worse, because now the instructor already knows you're trash. They sit down like, oh, it's you again. And suddenly every tiny mistake is magnified. Forgot your blinker? Fail. Rolled half an inch over the line? Fail. Blinked too aggressively? Fail.
Well, no, I think there's like point values for different things. Like if you like roll a stoplight, there's certain things that are immediate fails. But if you're going like a mile over the speed limit, I feel like they'll probably dock points, but I doubt you'll immediately just fail.
It really feels like a driving test is more like some government-sanctioned hazing ritual. Like, congrats, you survived high school. Now let's see if you can survive me quietly judging you for 15...
The driver's license exam during COVID was crazy. The instructor just stood outside in the parking lot and watched me drive and park so they weren't in the car. Nah, that's even worse. That's even worse. Just having like some dude like Slender Man in his suit with a clipboard, just watching you drive around a parking lot. Just like he's scouting you with like football. Oh my God. It's like, I feel like the silence would be even more deafening. You're just talking to yourself. You're just like, oh fuck, dude. I wonder what he's writing.
And if you do pass, congrats. Now you get to join the most chaotic experience of all, driving with your friends. Because the second you pick them up, they act like your car is a party bus. Someone's fighting for the aux, somebody else is hanging halfway through the window, and there's always that one friend in the back spilling Taco Bell all over your seats like it's their own personal trash can. Suddenly you're not the cool guy with the car, you're the unpaid Uber driver. Every text is just, bro, can you pick me up? We need a ride. Like, damn, I didn't get this license so I could chauffeur half the school. I just wanted to get a McFlurry without adult supervision. Then comes the gas money argument. Every group has that one guy who never pays. You could drive them across the entire state, drop them off at their front door, and they'll hit you with, bro, I'll get you next time. Spoiler, there is no next time. This man hasn't seen a gas pump in his life. And the thing about being first in your group with the license is suddenly you're everybody's servant. Like, you're not their friend anymore, you're their tax.
Yeah, that is true. The earlier you get your license, the more you got to drive people around.
See, midnight trip.
That doesn't change, though. It's not like, oh, you're stuck doing that, but there's always somebody in a friend group that's usually like a designated driver or somebody that drives people most of the time. Also dependent on the car you have. If you want to life hack, get a smart car. Get a 2-seater smart car, then nobody's going to ask you to drive them places. If you get like a fucking 6-person SUV, all of your friends are going to want you to take them places.
To Taco Bell, guess you're driving. Someone's crush lives 20 minutes away, you're driving. Someone wants to just cruise, guess what? You're driving. Meanwhile, your tank's on empty and you're praying your parents don't notice you burn through half a paycheck in gas money. And late night drives are their own horror movie. Everyone's laughing, music's blasting, but the second you get pulled over, all your so-called friends just turn into lawyers in the backseat whispering advice. Bro, don't admit anything. Just tell him you're speeding because your grandma's sick. Like, shut up, man. You're the reason I missed the stop sign in the first place. Here's the thing nobody tells you. Once the hype dies down, you realize that driving kind of sucks. Like, yeah, you've got the freedom, but now you also are stuck dealing with the absolute worst people on the road. You've got the guy who thinks turn signals are optional, the lady going 20 and...
Dude, I've low-key done some shit like that. Not to the point where it was that dangerous, but I've, like, borderline missed an exit, and, like, the next exit to where I'm going is fucking 10 miles down the road. And if there's not a lot of people on the road, I'm hitting a quick 70-0 hard pivot right, and then just fucking rip the exit.
The lady going 20 in the fast lane, and of course, the dude in the lifted truck who takes it personally if you merge in front of him. And don't even get me started on traffic. Like, nothing humbles you faster than sitting bumper to bumper for 40 minutes to go 3 miles. You're sitting there like, wow, I really begged the DMV for this privilege. Parking lots are war zones. It doesn't matter if it's Walmart, Costco, or some random strip mall. People will straight up cut across 10 spaces diagonally just to beat you by 5 seconds. And there's always that one psychopath who backs into every spot like they're rehearsing for NASCAR pit crew tryouts. Once you get sick of borrowing your parents' minivan, reality hits. You gotta buy your own car, which sounds awesome until you realize every option is either insanely expensive or complete garbage. Like, it's either a
yeah, you're either gonna get something that's reliable. It's really hard to find like a semi-cheap or I guess reliable car that's not, you know, $40,000. Like, if you're getting a used car for $10K, a lot of the time it might run well for the first few months, and then you're gonna have like your transmission be shot, or something's gonna fucking break. You need to change your tire. Well, a lot of the time if you get it from a dealership, they're gonna give you new tires, but you'll have like your brakes give out or something else that's just not gonna fucking work. A Honda, yeah, a lot of the time, dude, some people getting like a used Honda Civic with 230,000 miles on it. That fucking engine's gonna fall out of the fucking car. But I mean, like, what else do you get?
Brand new car that costs more than your entire net worth, or a 2003 Honda Civic with 280,000 miles and a quirky rattling noise that definitely means the engine's about to explode. And the seller is always
the AC doesn't work. Dude, I feel like every time a car reaches like 200,000 miles, the AC gives out and it makes like a weird sputtering noise. Like was there a dead rat in the fucking car? What is that?
Like it's a hidden gem, like, oh yeah, it runs great. Just don't roll down the windows or touch the AC, and make sure you keep a jug of coolant in the trunk at all times. Bro, that is not a car, that's a time bomb on wheels. Insurance? Forget about it. The government basically looks at you, a 17-year-old, and says, yeah, you're definitely crashing within the first 6 months.
Oh, is this a turn right here? Shoot, crap. Everyone hang on, I'm sorry, I love you. I love you so much, I'm so sorry.
They charge you like $400 a month. month for the privilege of driving a car that barely starts. And when you do finally buy one, it's not freedom. It's another money pit. Oil changes, tires, random lights popping up on the dashboard. It's like you're playing whack-a-mole. You think you're buying an independence, but in reality, you're just signing up for permanent debt. So yeah, getting your license is hyped up like it's the key to freedom, but it's really just the start of a whole new headache. First, you traumatize your parents, then some guy in a polo shirt makes you parallel park, then you get judged by a DMV executioner with a clipboard, and eventually you go broke from gas, insurance, and your friends mooching rides. So yeah, getting your license is just your first subscription plan to adulthood, and trust me, there's no cancel button. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed all my videos.
I don't know. I still think it's overall net positive to be able to get a license. I think there are a lot of downsides, but I don't think it's something that it's like, oh, this should be dreaded, you know? That was a fun video, though. Check, having out 30 seconds.